Welcome to the Lethbridge City Council meeting for Tuesday, August the 24th. I'm going to begin with the reconciliation statement. The City of Lethbridge acknowledges that we are gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pays respect to the Blackfoot people, past, present, and future, while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationships to the land. The City of Lethbridge is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. I'll now ask our City Clerk to do the roll call, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Kaufman?
Present.
Councillor Higgin?
Present.
Councillor Morrow?
Yeah.
Councillor Miyashiro? Councillor Miyashiro? I'll come back. Councillor Parker?
Here.
Acting Mayor Croson?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Campbell?
Here.
Mayor Spearman?
Present.
Councillor Carlson?
Present.
Councillor Miyashiro?
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you. We'll now move on to bouquets. Councillor Morrow?
Nothing, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Croson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'd like to pass a bouquet on to teachers and school staff who are back at school today, and also use that as a reminder to all of us. That means that next week on the 31st, schools are back in session, so we all better be thinking about school zones again because they're coming back.
Thank you. Councillor Higgin?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I just wanted to give a huge shout out to the Lethbridge Bulls. This last weekend, they clinched the Western Canadian Baseball League title, which was super exciting. It's been 5 years, and I'm going to look over Mr. Campbell there. 5 years since the last title, so it was really quite exciting. They played their best at the end, and when it was definitely the most important, and so walked away with the title in Edmonton on Saturday. So just again, a huge shout out to Lethbridge Bulls and that organization.
Thank you. Well deserved. Councillor Parker?
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Miyashiro?
Nothing today, thank you.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Campbell?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to add on to the big win for the Lethbridge Bulls, that was the icing on the cake of their season. But I just want to acknowledge the passion that Lethbridge has for baseball and its history of baseball, and the fact that these kids come together and play a sport that they love. But with the Bulls, they're given an opportunity to extend their education by perhaps attending post-secondary schools, playing baseball, which they love, but then also getting an education and then getting business degrees or whatever. Will they make the Toronto Blue Jays? Probably not, but they will eventually come back to, hopefully, to the city to be important citizens of the city. And what's also important is that they're winners. They've won a championship, that's fantastic, but they have become citizens and good people. And having seen it myself when I worked a year with the Bulls, they're just really good kids who really, they're just decent people. So I congratulate the Bulls and like the Perry Baseball Academy who helps with these kids to develop both baseball and academically. So it's just a wonderful part of what the city is.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Just sending another shout out to some local arts groups. New West Theatre has been running arts in the parks all summer long. I think there's only 2 weekends left. This coming weekend is right outside of City Hall in Civic Common at the Civic Center Park. Should be an amazing weekend of entertainment, all free. Come down and show your support. As well as CASA has been hosting, it's called Upside Downtown, an art event every Thursday from 5 to 7 on the Rotary Plaza. I think there's 2 more weeks of that left as well. Just a shout out to those groups for keeping Lethbridge entertained during these challenging times. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Thank you. Councillor Kaufman?
Nothing, Mayor Spearman. Thank you.
Thank you. My bouquet goes out to all of those who are doing their best to keep each other safe. Everyone who has become fully vaccinated, and those who are planning to do so. Our province is facing rising numbers again, which we are monitoring, and we want to make sure that we also keep our city safe. So thank you to all of those who are working to do the best they can to keep each other safe and our community safe. With that, we will move on. First, have a resolution from Deputy Mayor Campbell for the consent agenda. Be it resolved that the minutes of the regular meeting of City Council held on Tuesday, August the 10th, 2021 be approved, and that the Mayor and the City Clerk be authorized to sign the same. Further, be it resolved that the minutes of the public hearing held on Tuesday, August the 10th, 2021 be approved, and that the Mayor and the City Clerk be authorized to sign the same. And further, be it resolved that City Council receive for information the status of directed resolutions for August 24th, 2021 with the following amendment. That the date of return for review of Bylaw 3446, the Streets Bylaw for Fighting, be deferred to no later than January 2022 from September 30th, 2021. And further, be it resolved that City Council receive for information the following reports. The Procurement Summary Report for July 2021, the Operational Review Implementation Plan Update, and the Council Work Plan Update for August 2021. And further, it be it resolved that City Council adopt the recommendation contained in the following committee reports. The Advocacy Advisory Committee. And further, be it resolved that City Council provide first reading to the following bylaws. Bylaw 6291, a bylaw to repeal Bylaw 6129, and remove the designation of the Bentley Block as a municipal historic resource. And Bylaw 6326, utility payment deferment adjustment for electricity. Deputy Mayor Campbell.
I will open it up for questions from my colleagues, if there are any.
Acting Mayor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I would like to request that the Advocacy Advisory Committee be removed from the consent agenda and put in as a submission.
Okay. Are there any objections? Is a motion required? Okay. Okay, we will do that. We will just move that. Okay, thank you. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. To the procurement summary service COL-20-178, and I'm not sure if anybody can answer this here, but I'll maybe direct this to the two members of the Police Commission. It's for polygraph services for the LPS. Question one would be the reason that's coming through here. Question two would be, this is a service that I know that we've trained officers in the past to do. Are we contracting this out now? And if neither of you have that answer right now, I can receive it at the next meeting if you want to do that.
I know, personally, I would say that it's something I would have to definitely talk with the chief or the rest of the commission to get back to you. I don't know if Councillor Croson has anything on that.
I can tell you that we have contracted out, but I'm not sure why it's on this summary.
Thank you. Unless City Manager, you can answer.
No, I can't, no.
Thank you. If somebody could respond in 2 weeks, that'd be great, please. Thanks.
Thank you. So we'll move the Advocacy Advisory Committee report to submissions and add that as 5.5. It'll be removed from the consent agenda. With that, there are no further questions.
And I'll ask for the question.
A question has been called. All in favor? Are any opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Thank you. I now have a motion from Acting Mayor Croson, adoption of the agenda, that the agenda of the regular meeting of City Council on August 24th, 2021 be adopted as amended, including all communications as submitted by the City Clerk. City Clerk, can you please describe the amendments? Thank you.
Sure. Mr. Mayor, there are a few additions to the agenda. First of all, number 6.3, under official business resolution on cancellation of public hearings, and 10.6, which is a COVID update. So 6.3, official business resolution on cancellation of public hearings, and 10.6, COVID update.
Thank you very much. Councillor Croson, are there any questions from council? I see none. To the mover.
I'll call the question.
Question's now been called. All in favor? Are any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you.
If there's no objection, we'll go immediately to 6.3.
Okay, if there's no objection, we will go immediately to 6.3. So I have a resolution from Councillor Carlson, cancellation of public hearing for Bylaw 6275 and amendment to Bylaw 3899, Railway Relocation Lands Area Redevelopment Plan, and Bylaw 6276, Land Use Amendment Re 802, 2nd Avenue A North. Moved by Councillor Carlson, whereas first reading was given to Bylaw 6275 and 6276 at the July 27, 2021 City Council meeting, and whereas the applicant submitted a written notice on August the 20th, 2021, that they have withdrawn their rezoning application. Therefore, be it resolved that the public hearings for Bylaw 6275 and 6276 that were scheduled for August 24th, 2021 be cancelled. Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. It's pretty self-explanatory. The applicants for those two bylaws has requested to withdraw their application, and so council can cancel those public hearings with no consequence. I did have one question, if I may.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Perhaps through you to the city clerk or deputy city clerk. We had quite a lot of residents write in with to speak at that. Will they be contacted?
So in answer to that question, we did contact all those that had registered to speak on Friday to let them know that there might be a change of the notice that was given by the applicant. We will again contact them after this meeting to let them know that the public hearing has been canceled. So they were pre-warned on Friday that there was a possibility of it. It was up to City Council to determine if it would be canceled.
Thank you, Mr. Sarsfield. Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Are there any questions from my colleagues?
I do have some questions as well. There was some perceptions in the public and maybe some, I think, information that needs to be clarified. So one perception was that the city administration was behind the application. Could I ask Mr. Dalton or his designate what the city administration's role is with respect to this application? My understanding is the applicant was Alpha House, not the city of Lethbridge, but what role did city administration play?
That's correct, Mayor Spearman, and the role that the city played is the same role we play in any application, and that's to receive an application, and our job is to facilitate the process. So to make sure that the applicant follows that process as it's laid out, and to ensure that it comes before council for decision making.
And that's done impartially?
Yes.
Without opposing or encouraging?
No, to the best of our effort, our job is to make sure that the applicant has access to the process and that they understand the process and that they follow the process.
The other misunderstanding I think that was available in the community was that city councillors themselves were pushing for this application. And I guess to Mr. Dalton, or perhaps your designate, Mr. Lowen, are city councillors allowed to participate in any public hearing in which they were actively involved?
No, the MGA provides, when you have a public hearing, as all land use matters do, for councillors to keep an open mind and not prejudge any matters. And so it's always our consistent legal advice not for any member of council to be involved in any land use matter until it comes to a public hearing and they've heard from the public before they make up their mind on any application.
So it's my understanding that no members of city council were involved at any stage in the development of this application. Is there any member of City Council that wants to declare differently? So all members of City Council would have been able to participate in the public hearing if it had gone ahead. Okay, thank you. Are there any further questions from Council? Councillor Hagan?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Just a question, I'm not sure if it's the city manager or his designate, Mr. Lowen. When an application like this comes forward for a zoning change, does the city is the owner of the building, and yet the applicant is the operator? Do they have to provide jointly on an application like this? Because I'm just wondering how exactly that works, and some of the questions that I had, so I just want to know if I can get an answer to that.
Yeah, perhaps Mr. Lowen can provide the background, but in this case, we were not a party to the application. We were not the applicant, but perhaps the solicitor can expand on that.
I wouldn't know on this file without checking, but it's generally our practice. It's very common for applicants not to be the landowner, but we generally ensure that the landowner has no objection to the application.
I have seen some come forward, and that was my question, is that usually it's the applicant and the landowner come together, but that's something that we wouldn't have to do as the city, is approve that as a co-applicant? Because we would be a co-applicant still, would we not?
Generally never refer to them as co-applicants, but rather, so for example, if you think of a commercial tenant and the landlord often being different, we just require there to be a letter on file that the landlord is aware of the application. So that allows us to satisfy ourselves that if the owner wanted to, they could object.
So they're aware of it, but don't have to agree to it.
Right.
Thank you.
So my next question is, now that there has been first reading by the applicant and the application has been withdrawn, is there a time period by which the application can be reactivated? Mr. Dalton or designated?
Sarsfield, can you take that one? Or between yourself and Mr. Lowen?
I think Mr. Lowen would be in a better position to answer that one.
I could just request that the question be repeated.
Now that first reading has been read, as 2 weeks ago, and the letter of withdrawal has been provided to council, is there a time period by which the application can be reactivated?
Yes. Section 188 of the Municipal Government Act provides that a bylaw that's been given first reading will remain on the book for 2 years. And if 2 years goes with no further action by council, it will be automatically rescinded at that time. So if council takes no further action, that first reading bylaw remains active. Of course, it couldn't proceed to second reading or third reading without a newly scheduled and re-advertised public hearing.
Thank you. Councillor Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just sorry, further to, and sorry if we're maybe getting off topic here, but further to Councillor Higgins' question, I guess I'll address it to the city solicitor through the city manager. This isn't the first time this has happened, and what I have experienced from this is that the community gets quite excited, you know, on either side, and council's bombarded with all kinds of emails and phone calls, and then the applicant is dropped. So we get our community in a tizzy for what seems to then be no apparent reason, because the applicant withdraws their public hearing process. So I have two questions. One, is there a different process that we can have so that there would be no cancellation like this, where you don't put the community through the ups and downs and the aggravation and frustration and anger and all that sort of stuff that goes with it? So that's question one. Could we have a different process? And number two, and I don't know if this is in the Municipal Government Act or not, and whether we can add to this or make our own policy. When an applicant comes forward, and most of the times, as we've seen, it's the tenant, is there a way that we actually have to have or make the owner of the facility, the building, whatever it is, also have to make the application so that so that they approve of it. Because from what I heard, correct me if I'm wrong, the tenant can make an application for rezoning and public hearing and do all that sort of stuff, even if the owner of the property doesn't agree, unless I heard that differently. Thank you.
I'll respond to your second question first, and certainly, no, the city would not process or accept an application from a tenant where the landlord or the owner of the property was, had expressed that they would not permit such a use on their property. And to answer your first question, we're bound by the process.
Sorry, can I just...
Go ahead.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
And
No,
just
go ahead.
going on to answer your first question, which is to say the process that that this follows is set out in the Provincial Act, the Municipal Government Act, and there's no way, and certainly in my years in municipal government, it's not uncommon. We all would want developers of any nature to ensure that there's widespread public consensus. Some do a better job at that, and some, by the nature of their applications, can't. And this happens from time to time. We can't, and without legislative change, there's no different process that we could follow for some of these events that you've described.
So just to be clear, you answered my second question first, and you said that you wouldn't, if the owner didn't agree, you wouldn't proceed. Is that, did I hear that right?
That's right. At the end of the day, the owner is the owner of the land. And
so technically in this situation, we are the owners, the city. So therefore, that means we would have agreed to this process, to this public hearing, which therefore means we are involved. And earlier you said, or somebody said, that we're not involved.
I certainly don't have any knowledge of this file, and I defer to the planning personnel to answer that question for you.
How can we not be involved if we are the owners and you just identified, you just said that you wouldn't accept this if the owner was not approving of it?
I'll take a shot at that, Councillor Moreau, and I think it's fair to say because we own the property, we would be involved by the letter of the law, but we wouldn't be involved in making a judgment about whether an altered use for that property should be considered by council or not, because that's really council's ultimate decision. So I think the best thing to do in cases like this is to facilitate the process, let the process go forward so that council can make an unfettered decision.
Okay, and my final question, if I may.
And that, sorry, Councillor Moreau, that doesn't mean support or for or against. It simply means that it's inappropriate for us to influence that process before council has a chance to make a decision.
Okay, and my final question, when a third party is expecting to be successful based on funding to be received, if the funding isn't guaranteed yet, why would we allow this process to take place without guaranteed funding? Should have this public hearing gone through, and should have council, if council would have approved it without the funding being in place?
Councillor Morrow, the matter before council in the context of land use hearings is the land use itself. How the operator, in this case Alpha House, ultimately funds its operation is frankly not considered as part of the process. So in your, to play it out, if this had gone forward, if it had been approved and the zoning modified to allow some additional or modified uses, the land use designation is now in place to permit those things. If in the end funding doesn't happen, the operator goes away, somebody else replaces them, that's really an operational issue and really doesn't enter into the land use decision that council is being asked to make during a public hearing, and ultimately how that land use amendment will inform future uses.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions from council? I'll go back to the mover.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and thank you for the questions from my colleagues. Appreciate the clarification. There has been some misinformation out there, and I appreciate the clarity. Unless there's anything further, I will call for the vote.
We are voting on the cancellation of public hearings for bylaws 6275 and 6276. Okay. The question has been called. Do we need to do a roll call vote? Okay. Are there any opposed? I hear none. So all in favor? Okay. Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you. And now I have an additional resolution moved by Councillor Kaufman. Bylaw 6275, amendment to bylaw 38. We don't do it? Okay. We're not doing this one. Okay. So we have now dealt with 6.3. So now we will go back to the regular scheduled agenda and go to presentations. And I'm going to invite Mr. Mike Warkentin, the Chief Executive Officer of the Lethbridge and District Exhibition, to report to us on the annual review of finances for the exhibition and the current progress. Welcome, and for the record, please introduce yourselves. I see Ms. Lance is with us as well. Yeah.
I will, thank you, and thank you, Mayor Spearman. As mentioned, I apologize for the miscommunication. Our president of our board, Ms. Bev Lanz, is going to introduce the presentation today.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mike. Your worship and members of council, Oki, good afternoon. Let me start by telling you how pleased we are to be here to tell you about what's exciting at Exhibition Park. A little bit of background. We are one of over 200 ag societies in the province of Alberta. Our mandate is to encourage improvement in agriculture and quality of life for people living in our agriculture community. Lethbridge and District Exhibition started in 1897, and in preparation for the 1912 World Dryland Farming Congress, the City of Lethbridge built new buildings on the location that we are today. The Congress welcomed 5,000 guests from 15 countries, and the population of Lethbridge in the day was 8,000 people. Fast forward to today, thanks to the incredible partnership of the City of Lethbridge and the Lethbridge and District Exhibition, we are positioning ourselves to throw open the doors of the new Agri-Food Hub and Trade Center for the world to see what is possible. I personally want to sincerely express my appreciation for the support and commitment from you, and I mean that. Moving our community forward and working in concert is how we accomplish great things. I'll now reintroduce Mike Workington, and he will conclude the presentation.
Okay, thank you. It's good to be back in front of you all today. Thanks for having us. Two areas of housekeeping before we get into the formal presentation. As we go through the transformation of our organization, I would like to introduce our new Director of Marketing, Communications, and Risk Management, Mavisha Maestri, who's joined us here today. She started last week, and I will happily say that this project is supporting the housing industry as well as economic impact in the community, as she bought her first home in the community last week. Secondly, in case we don't get the opportunity to be in front of the 9 of you before the election, I want to thank all of you sincerely for the support you've shown us over my time here, but over the last term, and obviously as we've driven this project forward. So thank you very much. I'll get into it, and I'll obviously be happy to take questions at the end. So To nobody's surprise, I assume, 2020 was a very tough year for Lethbridge and District Exhibition. Our operations struggled greatly. We'll get into a moment. We did have some bright lights as a result of the pandemic that we will highlight. However, the one thing, excuse me, I lost my train of thought. I guess we'll just skip to the finances, and if it comes back to me. Skip ahead, thank you. The one thing I want to point out on this, that this is an extrapolation of our financial statements to provide some clarity on what the operation actually looked like in 2020. As you can see from our 2020 budget, the actuals were significantly down, and this was really a suspension of our operations from March of 2020 until the fall, when we were able to do some of our trade shows prior to the shutdown at the end of our fiscal year in November. The piece that I blanked on a minute ago is the timing of this presentation. I know today is the 1-year anniversary of our being here with this resolution. However, for future, we'll put in a formal request that this presentation move to earlier in the calendar year, which would help with our these financials being a little bit out of date at this point in time. But we will do that through the formal process. As you can see, the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy was a tremendous boost to our organization in 2020. Without it, we would have had a much different fiscal situation at the end of our fiscal year. Just a note on the additional non-operating contributions that you see there. That was some capital gains from our investment portfolio, as well as some sold assets that we dispersed of in fiscal 2020. But at the end of the year, the story was a good one financially. We did finish in a positive operating position. As you can see, approximately $150,000. If you could, please. Some of the highlights that were key to note, really the financial viability of our organization last year depended on these. In February of 2020, we were able to run a very successful Ag Expo, which is a major contributor to our financial model every year. And this ultimately allowed us to manage our cash flow position throughout the year and in a positive position. As I already mentioned, the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy also contributed heavily to our ability to maintain the facility, as well as the amount of staff base we had, with the new challenge on the horizon of transforming this organization. Without that, it would have been very difficult to get us to the place where we are today and get us even further to when we're ready to open our doors approximately 18 months from today. We also had a very strong, our market securities had a tremendous year. Obviously, we can't depend on that, but it is something that certainly contributed to our financial success in 22. And then obviously want to highlight our expense management. We did see a reduction in our operating expenses of nearly 28%. To no one's surprise, the pandemic and the mass gathering restrictions impacted our business heavily. We were able to transition some of our operating lines and generate revenues in additional or different ways than we had in the past. And then a very significant reduction in our workforce in fiscal 2020, 45% of our overall workforce. And just now we're starting to bring people back online. Just some of the highlights looking forward to this financial year that we're currently living in. We did not have the same benefit of being able to run an Ag Expo in the year, which is traditionally our number one financial contributor. Our cash position is in a much different position this year. Home and Garden as well canceled. Our rental business up until really the past month has been almost decimated. But however, our Q4 does look like it's on par from our rental business to what we had budgeted. Our Whoop Up Days is actually planned to be a larger scale than we originally anticipated. Sorry, the presentation, I didn't finish that sentence in the presentation. We do anticipate Whoop Up Days to be larger scale than what was budgeted for by about 50 to 60%. However, as a result of the restrictions and obviously the ongoing health concerns, we do anticipate at the end of this fiscal year being in a loss position for the year. And that is everything. That's the presentation. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. We do have questions. We'll start with Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for your presentation. Welcome. I just was wondering with the cost of, or maybe you don't know at this time, but the cost of material as you continue to build, are you noticing significant challenges there, or are you on par?
What I can say is that our budget and our schedule are both where we anticipated them coming into our final tender package, which we're just in the process of finalizing. What I will say to that is we were fortunate that we had gone through multiple exercises of cost planning, which also anticipated the increase in material costs. Some areas hit us harder than others. Some where we anticipated significant increases, they weren't as bad as we had forecast for. So we have maintained a pretty significant contingency at this moment, and our critical path schedule remains on schedule, I guess, with our main steel, which is the one that a lot of people have spoken about, scheduled to deliver the start of November.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mr. Spearman. Thank you, Mr. Workington and Ms. Lands, for the information, the presentation. You sort of touched on it, the timing of this. So we're 8 months into the year after the end of year report. Is there an attempt to maybe realign this a little bit better so we do get the information earlier in the year?
Yes, and we'll put in a formal request to have this annual presentation likely moved to February or March, so it follows immediately after our AGM, so the information is fresh.
Excellent, thank you. And maybe to Councillor Crowson, part of governance, we were determining that that report would be given to Economic SPC, correct? Okay, thank you for that clarification. Whoop Up Days is slated for what?
It is September 2nd through 4th with the main fair, and then the day of races reopening the fall meet at Rocky Mountain Turf Club on Sunday the 5th. So next Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
And I'm just wondering, on topic but slightly off topic, if I can wander a little bit. Members of council have received emails about the borrowing involved with the exhibition. The number erroneously flowing around the community is $96 million. We didn't low you or grant you or give you that amount of money. No issues with the payment schedule. There's no issues that you see in the foreseeable future about making good on what you've borrowed from the community, from the municipality?
No, however, I'd like to know where that extra money is if that were the case. No, the total project budget is $70.6 million, 27.8 of which was granted to us and is flowing in from the government of Alberta. 25 million was granted from all of you and City Council. We are currently working through what the grant agreement looks like. That we have a deadline to our government of Alberta requirements of October 1st to have that finalized. And then the actual borrowing loan that we struck a deal with council on was for 17.8 million, and we anticipate requiring that, I believe, in December of this year or January of next year. I don't have that right in front of me. But 17.8 is the borrowing.
And the borrowing and the interest on that is paid by the exhibition. It's not paid.
Correct. The principal as well as the interest is fully paid by our operating model, and obviously not tax supported.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. You're indicating a loss this year. The exhibition has reserves?
Correct. We are anticipating a loss position this year. We do have greater than anticipated unrealized capital gains in our investment portfolio as well. However, the board, in their prudency a few years ago, did put significant money away in reserves that make up our investment portfolio.
Very good. So, with Whoop Up Days coming September 2nd to 4th, and maybe adding the 5th to the opening of the horse racing season, we see in Medicine Hat there's been some outbreaks. What do we, in order to encourage people to attend and be safe and also enhance your financial situation, what steps is Lethbridge Exhibition taking to promote public safety at this time when COVID cases are rising in the province?
So I'll address the Medicine Hat point first, and then I'll come back to what we're planning. So We have been in discussion both with Alberta Health Services about the situation in Medicine Hat, as well as the Medicine Hat Stampede and Exhibition on what the situation has been and what they are doing within Medicine Hat. We are looking at the best practice we've learned there and from other fairs around the province and the country this summer. We actually are having a leadership team meeting, specifically an emergency leadership team meeting on this topic tonight, and anticipate commentary and measures on that coming out in the next couple days regarding the protocols that will be in place at Whoop Up Days for this year's fair. Obviously, the public health of all the guests attending remains the top priority for this year's fair.
Thank you. And there'll be a robust public communication program in collaboration with Alberta Health Services and potentially with the City of Lethbridge as well. Yeah.
Correct, and that was part of the reason for introducing Mavisha today, because that will likely be coming through her office in coordination with the City of Lethbridge.
Excellent. Thank you. Any further questions from members of council? I see none. We'll ask you to take seats in the audience while we deal with the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you all.
I have a resolution from Acting Mayor Croson. Be it resolved that City Council receive the report and presentation as information. Acting Mayor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Ms. Lands and Mr. Warkentine, for the presentation. I can greatly appreciate the difficulties the exhibition has been experiencing, as so many other businesses, over the last 18 months, and I appreciate you taking the time to come down today and share the financial statement with us. We have a great relationship, council and the exhibition, and it's always good to catch up and find out where the exhibition is at. And again, I appreciate the presentation today, and unless there's any questions from my colleagues, I will call the question.
Are there any questions from members of City Council? I see none. Question has been called. All in favor? Are any opposed? There are none. That is unanimous. Thank you. Our next presentation is from Mr. Darrell Matthews, the City of Lethbridge Controller. Streamlining operating budget, CIP, and other financial processes. Mr. Dalton, did you want to introduce this, please?
Yes, briefly, Mayor Spearman, thank you. And before turning it over to Ms. Trenton and Mr. Matthews, I just want to highlight the fact that this has been an ongoing conversation that I know Council has had and has asked administration a number of times to look at how to better align the capital budget process and the operating budget process for Council, and also to better sequence both of those budget processes within the 4-year mandate of a particular council. And we were last here, I believe, in May, perhaps June, on this subject, and we're given some direction to go away and further look at this. And I would say that we're here today after having done a considerable amount of work, Mr. Matthews and his team, and with folks from across the corporation, really in the spirit of continuous improvement. And I think we're quite pleased with the option that we'll be able to put forward to Council today for consideration, which I think is a good approach to aligning those two budget processes. Also to making some changes internally in terms of how we manage those budget processes, how we engage the public, and they've been able to find, the team has been able to find a number of efficiencies both in the administrative side and also in terms of how Council would be engaged, while I think enhancing Council's engagement in both budget processes and enabling Council to be more engaged if they wish. So I'll turn it over to the team, but I think we have a good way forward here, certainly for Council consideration, and we look forward to your direction.
And prior to Mr. Matthews commencing with the presentation, I would just add that the recommendation and proposal that's being put forward today that Mr. Matthews will be presenting is a culmination of a number of meetings that administration has put together of a cross-functional team that included the directors as well as the GMs and the Treasury Financial Services team and office managers collectively coming together to collaborate in light of recent decisions that were made by Council and in looking at our organization from a continuous improvement lens in order to streamline these activities and seek efficiencies in consideration of Council's request with respect to streamlining these two. So with that, Mr. Matthews, I'll pass it over to you to commence with the presentation.
Thank Thank you, Ms. Trent. And thank you, members of council. I'm hoping you can hear me okay. First off, thank you for having me here today to speak to you in regards to the streamlining the operating budget process. As Mr. Dalton and Ms. Trent has mentioned, this has been a work of a cross-functional team across the organization to streamline the capital and operating budget process. We believe we have a proposal here that you're going to be able to see that will actually provide you, an aligned 4-year operating and capital budget that will be reviewed and adjusted annually. So maybe Ms. Brown, if I can get you just to advance the slide. Perfect. I'll start off here on the executive summary component. One of the other pieces I'd like to, I've touched on a couple pieces in the executive summary already. However, one thing I'd like to bring up is that Treasury and Financial Services is continuing to evaluate the financial processes for streamlining enhancing opportunities. So even though today we are coming with this proposal and information, we are continuing to even look at it even further. And there's some sub-bullets on the slide here. You'll see where areas that we're going to continue to bring back. And you'll see later on in the presentation where I speak to it in regards to coming to Audit Committee and Economic SBC later in 21 and 22 in regards to those topics. Once again, we'd like to thank Council for their reinvestment of resources. That will allow us to enhance the budget process, as well as the identified opportunities that we'll go through in this slide. Really has been the reason why we've been able to achieve this proposal. And we're actually very excited about this proposal and how it'll work for City Council and the community. So if I can get you to go to the next slide. So just as a precursor to this, Mr. Dalton mentioned that we previously came to Council back on May 18th of 2021. City Council provided a resolution to the City Manager to bring a plan for a possible change to the budget cycle for our 4-year operating and capital budget cycle, reviewed and adjusted annually by Council, and where possible, streamline the operating and capital budget process. And so once again, this presentation is directly in response to this council resolution. We can get to the next slide. This is what the budget process will look like if council decides to align our 4-year capital and operating budget with deliberations in the same year and with annual reviews of the budgets for years 2, 3, and 4 of the budget cycle. The proposed process is a phased transition to achieve the full implementation of the deliberation of the 4-year operating and capital budget in the same year by 2026. So it's going to be a phased approach to get us to that journey. The first portion of that journey is, if this proposal is approved, the first step in the transition will start in 2022 with the alignment of the 2022 to 2031 CIP by seeking City Council approval of 1 more year of these capital projects. So just to remind Council, currently in that CIP projects, they're approved for 2022 to 2025. And what this would do would take it to 2026. Therefore, this will align the current capital budget with the 2023 to 2026 operating budget. That gets us into that stage where in 2026, we can start the deliberations in the same year. In addition, in 2022, the proposed enhanced operating budget processes will begin to be implemented as part of the 2023 to 2026 operating budget deliberations. This will allow Council and Administration to make changes in the operating budget process prior to the full implementation in 2026. So it gives us a little bit of a time to actually make sure that the processes are working on the operating budget side before we integrate both capital and operating budget components. In 2023, 24, and 25, annual operating and capital budget reviews will be initiated with City Council. Starting in 2026, the full implementation of the deliberation of a 4-year operating budget and 4-year capital improvement program in the same year will occur. This will include the implementation of the enhanced capital budget processes that I will be discussing further in the presentation. Okay, move to the next slide. This slide highlights the proposed timeline to deliberate in the same year the aligned 4-year capital and operating budget in 2026 is the time frame. So one thing we'd want to highlight here is that although the deliberations of the capital and operating budgets will occur in 2026, as the timeline highlights, in 2025, there'll be pre-work that will be completed by engaging general managers and other staff throughout the corporation. The lighter shaded colors on this for capital and operating budget is where financial staff will be less involved in the capital and operating budget process. This highlights the shifting of workloads for these staff between year-end, annual financial reporting, and our other budget processes during peak times. However, during these times, general managers and their staff will continue to work on their respective capital and operating budgets. To achieve this, the proposed timeline includes reducing the frequency of the operating forecast from twice per year to a financial forecast in November for the January to September 30th to assist in budget decisions. Sorry, if I can get you to go to the next slide. My apologies. So the proposed, this slide has the proposed enhanced CIP process, and to give some context on how, if the CIP process or if this proposal is approved, will take effect for the 2027 to 2030 approval of the CIP in 2026. So some of the things that will occur in here, so the department GMs, will, as we mentioned in the last slide, will start pre-work on CIP process as early as September of 2025. Project presentations on the transportation, the environmental utilities, electric utilities, sections C, E, and F of the CIP will be provided to Economic Standing Policy Committee at the start of the new council term and in November and December of 2025. For community projects, Section D, a project listing will be brought to a closed meeting of Economic SBC in December. What this will do will allow council to provide enhanced guidance and direction and preliminary views of potential capital projects to meet council's strategic priorities. The public presentations to Economic and SPC for Section D will begin in January of 2026 and carry on through that timeline we'd seen previously, with CIP budget deliberations occurring in May of 2026 and council approval of the CIP in June of 2026. I can move to the next slide. So looking at the proposed enhanced operating budget, based on the timing of the next budget cycle or operating budget cycle, the proposed enhanced operating budget process, if approved, will begin to be implemented in 2022 for the 2023 to 2026 operating budget. These enhancements include enhanced preliminary engagement with council and operating budget directions, providing council with a draft listing of initiatives in a closed economic SPC meeting. So once again, similar to what was proposed for the capital side, we can provide, council can provide enhanced guidance, direction, and preliminary reviews of potential operating initiatives to meet council's strategic priorities. Then similar to normal or previous years of operating forecasts or operating budgets, I should say. Operating budget deliberations will occur in November of 2022 and City Council approval in December of 2022. Move to the next slide. Once the CIP and operating budgets are aligned in 2022, there would be an opportunity to start annual reviews of the budgets with councils for years 2, 3, and 4. This annual review process is proposed to start in 2023. These annual capital and operating budget reviews will be scheduled within the economic SPC and council calendars. This would allow council to have an opportunity to review budgets for achievement of to council goals, as well as to make adjustments to budgets for current issues in the community. The annual operating budget reviews will include targeted budget directions provided by City Council in May, deliberations in economic SPC in November, and City Council approval in December in each of these years. From a capital budget perspective, the capital budget reviews will leverage existing capital improvement program summary reports. So reports that we already have in existence today, and we'll utilize those reports to actually bring forward to City Council. The process will also provide an opportunity for any potential CIP project amendments. These capital budget reviews will be presented to an economic SBC meeting in August of each of these years. If I can move to the next slide. So as noted on the slide, the review of the operating and capital budget process highlighted a number of opportunities to achieve this proposal. This included enhanced preliminary engagement with council and operating budget directions, as well as receiving council reviews of listings for potential operating initiatives and capital projects. Council's review of these listings would potentially reduce the number of new operating initiatives and capital projects that need to be fully developed by administration, thereby some of the savings in time and so forth and complexity. The alignment of the capital and operating budget also enhances the community engagement process by combining the operating and capital and community engagement process in the same year, and that would occur, in 2026. And finally, reducing the frequency of the annual financial forecast from twice per year to once per year will allow financial resources to shift workloads between operating and capital budget timeframes.
And if I may, Mr. Matthews, in our opinion, also enhances the level of accuracy gained by shifting that forecast from the June to September with better information.
Thank you, Ms. Trent. And if I, perfect here on the next slide. Perfect. If council approves the proposed recommendations, Treasury and Financial Service will reallocate resources and shift workloads during peak operating and capital budget timeframes. This will support the implementation of the proposed annual and capital operating budget process reviews, as well as operating capital budgets in the same year. Treasury and Financial Services will continue to evaluate further foundational policies and financial principles as they relate to the overall operating and capital budget process, as well as bring forward potential enhancements to these processes through future audit committees and economic standing policy committee meetings. We appreciate the support of the cross-functional team across the organization throughout these discussions and council's directions to achieve this goal. Additionally, as part of the organization's continuous improvement initiatives, Treasury and Financial Service has requested further analysis on the capital operating budget process, as well as financial close, our reporting process, within our upcoming operational review later this fall. Finally, if Treasury and Financial Services recommends to City Council to approve the proposed streamlining of the operating and capital budget, starting with the alignment of the 2023 to 2026 operating budget with the 2022 to 2031 capital improvement program in 2022, as well as starting the annual review of the budgets for budget cycle years 2, 3, and 4 starting in 2023. That's the end of my presentation, and we open for any questions.
Thank you very much. We'll start with Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Ms. Trent, and especially thank you, Mr. Matthews, and the cross-functional team. Mr. Matthews, I know that you grew up in a system, and taking a step back from that and reevaluating it, stepping outside the paradigm and considering something new takes a great deal of energy and perspective, and I thank you for that work, for bringing this forward to Council. This is about alignment of capital and operating, which is greatly appreciated. I think this will help us focus our resources and energies a little differently. Ms. Brown, if I can ask you to go to slide 4, please. Nope, sorry, I think it's, slide 6. On the proposed enhancement CIP process. I recognize that there are conversations Council needs to have in a closed session, but bringing forward projects in a closed session, can I ask what the wisdom of that is?
Mr. Matthews, I'll take a cut at this first and then welcome your additional feedback. So one of the things we identified through the cross-functional discussions was that a number of projects were being fleshed out ultimately to be discarded. And so what we concluded is early proactive engagement with Council and public to provide us with a more concise list of projects that we should provide further analysis for would alleviate a significant amount of time invested in projects that ultimately could get discarded. So the recommendation is predicated on the basis that we want to provide quality analysis for projects that have viability.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Matthews, did you have anything to add to that?
No, I think that's exactly on point. Basically, it gives us the opportunity, once again, to actually flesh out a listing basis, like for example, in the operating or CIP project listing, to give a bit of an idea of how it meets Council directions and if we should look at other areas. So no, I think that's exactly the intent of what we're trying to achieve.
Okay, thank you. Slide 7, please. Then the proposed enhanced operating budget. This is the one where I probably have the most interest. As you know, this motion stems from a long series of amendments from an original motion that talked about changing the budget process to a 2-year cycle. This is a step towards that, but we won't get into the other debate. When I look at the line where it says, be the 4th bullet down, draft listing of new initiatives provided in closed meeting to Economic SPC in October, seeking Council's guidance and direction on potential initiatives. what I'm looking for here, my question around this is, where is council's entry point to this process? So a member of council wants to affect change in a program, wants to look at something different, wants to add, change, provide increased funding towards, reallocate funding, whatever the situation may be. We are the governing body. We steward this budget on behalf of the community. Right now, that process, and my colleagues will jump on me and say it exists by putting in a motion. I think when it's done in the context of budget, you can have a different conversation, different approach. What's council's entry point, an individual member's council entry point to the budget conversation to try to affect some sort of change?
So I can start off with that one, and then Ms. Tran can jump in as well. So on that slide, the very first piece is the budget direction or preliminary budget direction we would get from City Council. So the very first opportunity would be, for example, in this case here, December of this coming year, we'd reach out to the new council, take a look at what initial preliminary areas they want us to focus on in the budget. As council formulates their overall strategic plan, we would take that information as the next milestone touch point into the overall mix of it, and that starts forming the overall budget. Now, on top of it, during, as you can see the later part in here, you can see in this October, this is where the initiative pieces come in, and there's another opportunity once again for council to make sure that the initiatives that are coming forward on a listing are meeting their corporate strategic goals. So there's multiple places or avenues within this process where council could actually provide guidance and also initiatives or processes coming into the budget process.
Yes, and Councillor Kaufman, I would also add that that's where we felt the annual review process was also an important element of the proposal, whereby we would look to that process to identify anomalies, changes, new initiatives that should be identified that wouldn't have necessarily been captured as part of the normal process. So we see that being part and parcel with the process and timeline as identified within the proposal for the streamlining activities.
To beat a dead horse too, I'd like to jump in this because that was part of this redesign. That was one of the big things we tried to achieve. So it starts, as Daryl mentioned, with that initial direction. But when you see draft listing of new initiatives provided to council in bullet 4, that's in response to council direction. So those are not administrative initiatives. That's taking council's direction, developing it, and bringing it back to council. And so, as Ms. Trent mentioned, that combined with annually pushing pause, taking account of the September forecast and performance over that past year, and giving council a question, or carving out time for council to ask themselves, are we comfortable with where we're at? Is there additional direction that needs to be provided to update the direction that's gone to administration already? That's what we were trying to achieve through this process.
If I may, Mayor Spearman, just in response to that, the way that this is presented, department's consideration of new initiatives in support of council's strategic plan, which is awesome. Council sets a strategic plan at the beginning of the term. This is what should be going on. When I see bullet 3 in line, or bullet 4 in line with bullet 3, to me this is the initiatives coming back from departments for council's consideration. What I was expecting was a clear mechanism or a clear process where for council to have that input, to have that influence over the budget. Right now, in the current process, it occurs once. It's in year 2 of your term. That's it in terms of direct conversation around it, unless a member just wants to throw in an OBR over the wall. This was about looking for process, but I think that explains it a little bit broader. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spearman.
And Councillor Kaufman, if I may also add that part of the review is really around us completing the analysis as identified by council. So when we're reviewing, it's actually an analytical review to flesh out the project to council's wishes.
Thank you.
Acting Mayor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I think some of my questions are along the lines of Councillor Kaufman's. It's trying to understand some of the mechanisms. So just for myself, what mechanism is currently in place for a community group or, a committee of council, not one of our SPCs, but a committee, to actually bring forward an idea for Project D consideration? And will that mechanism change if we move towards this?
The intent of here is those mechanisms that are already in place, they will not change. So we would still have the engagement processes where they would come, I believe in, a normal CIP process, you'd see them in September, coming in and having discussions with council, or sorry, I'm getting the operating budget and the capital one. But in the springtime, in the early spring, before we come into the overall CIP, they have time to come in and do presentations and include it into the process. And of course, the operating budget is a similar thing. So in the fall, that's the September I was referring to, the same idea would occur where community groups would be able to go and come and present to council and what the changes to the operating budget would be. That would also include boards and commissions, and as well as normally they're on the October-November time frame in the operating budget cycle. So there's no intent to change necessarily that process on that. It's just enhancing. The one enhancement that's here is that we may be able to, once you combine both the capital and operating budget process, you can do some of the community's engagement surveys and so forth, coordinated together from an efficiency standpoint, but you still would have those individual touch points at the right times throughout the year to provide community engagement.
I assume that to be the case, but I've learned never to make assumptions, so I wanted that to be clearly stated, that there's still those interactions. When you were putting this together, did you see any concerns about reducing the number of operating forecasts that council receives, or is there enough information going to be provided without that second one?
So that's a great question, Councillor Croson. So one of the things that we took into consideration is the June forecast, and I know that Council has enjoyed those forecasts coming in. As Ms. Trent mentioned during the presentation, the one thing on the June forecast is not as, accurate or timely necessarily on some of the operations, because some of the work, happens later in the seasons and so forth. You look at our parks operations and things that are going on. So we believe that limiting it to the September, and we have done this in the past historically. There was a time when we only did September's forecasts right before budget deliberations. We believe that will give enough information and more accurate information, as Ms. Trent mentioned, to provide council the right information for deliberations on budget. On top of that, because we're coming throughout the time frame with budget information, there's also pieces obviously inside of there where questions can be asked specifically on capital projects and operating areas, as well as we go through the budget cycle and those review processes as well.
And Councillor Croson, if I may also add that a fundamental assumption that was made in compiling this proposal that we're bringing forward to Council is that we would be seeking, obviously, because Council is owning this on behalf of the community, as was suggested by your other Council members. And, the intention would be for us to maintain a continuous feedback loop. So to the extent that members of Council felt that they required a supplemental report, we would certainly adapt the process to include additional reporting as required. But taking a review collectively on this and reviewing what we felt was meaningful in terms of reporting, this is what we put forward, but certainly open to the feedback and adapting as needed.
No, I can well imagine the turnaround between getting the year end done and the June forecast has always been hard to do anyways. Just making sure that we weren't losing out on something essential at that point. Thank you.
Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thanks, Mr. Matthews and Ms. Trent. Question is around resources to pull this off. I know, I'd like to thank you for all the hard work you've done to get to this point, because I know it's not an easy task. The last time we discussed this around the horseshoe, there was, some indication that there'd be additional resources required, that there might be resources in terms of human resources and financial resources. Can you explain to council today what that change might look like and what kind of resources need to go into this alteration of process?
I'll take a stab at that first, Mr. Matthews, and then would invite yourself and our city manager to weigh in as well. But I would say fundamentally, what we identified through the collective discussion is that there was a lot of back and forth that was occurring between Treasury and Financial Services and the GMs. And what we recognized in terms of enhancing the process, we were able to actually minimize the touch points by getting them engaged earlier and actually completing the information so there wasn't this back and forth and checking. So actually, it's not only engaging additional resources broadly across the organization, but more meaningfully with more defined processes and actually leveraging of systems and standardized templates. So it's not just the resources, it's the use of templates and technology to support that. In addition to that, there's 2 additional roles that I'll just sort of high level summarize with respect to public engagement and a grant coordinator, that we see a tremendous amount of opportunity to leverage those 2 roles to really synergize the processes of coordinating funds, grant funding across all various initiatives, as well as the public engagement process, as Mr. Matthews alluded to. So I would say the resourcing was predicated on not necessarily considering process, procedure, templates, and I would say, however, there's two additional resources that we are leaning on, and we're leaning on broader organizational resources differently.
Okay, great. So then what you're saying, sorry, Mr. Matthews, did you want to say anything else?
The one thing I mentioned in there too as well is that a little bit different in context between the May 4th.
May 18th.
Sorry, May 18th. The May 18th resolution actually is doing, as Councillor Coppin highlighted, is actually a 4-year operating budget. The previous one we were talking about was a 2-year operating budget. So the resource requirements were different a little bit in that last presentation as well too. So not only have we found some efficiencies since then, and this is all the work that we've done on this, but we've also, some of these other 2 other resources that we're talking about internally, and also looking at a little bit differently of how it would happen within between Treasury and Financial Services and of course the general managers. And finally, also the difference here too is also taking out one of the forecasts in there is also allowing our team to shift between the 2 different areas of workloads. So we are balancing a little bit different. It is a little bit different proposal than what it was back in, I believe it was May 4th, and that other proposal came forward.
Great, thank you. And Ms. Trent, so I just want a point of clarification. So that you're saying is that the general managers for all the different departments are fully on board with the process and will be more engaged, which means then that all the financial officers in every department will also be more engaged with the process. So that'll a little bit more integrative than maybe before.
Yes, and I would also add that we feel a greater level of accountability as well in terms of representing their respective budgets.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just reading the executive summary, and in one of the paragraphs there near the bottom, it says, starting in 2026, the full implementation of debating the 4-year operating budget and 4-year capital program in the same year will occur. So that won't be done by this new council being elected in October. It'll be the next council after that, correct?
That is correct, yeah. So
okay.
Just to further that, Councillor Morrow, on it, the alignment of the CIP budget that we're going to bring the extra year to City Council for approval in 2022. Already the CIP is already approved, so we're going to do 1 more year. That aligns it. So then from that point on, though, there'll be annual reviews of capital and operating for years 2, 3, and 4. So there is quite a bit of change in the operating budget even for the next council. It's just that the full transition won't align where that's fully debated until 2026.
So in 2026, the council, which will be 2 councils from now, when will they actually be getting into this debate? Like at what time during their 4-year period?
Yes, so if you remember back in that one timeline slide there, there's 2 periods in roughly in the early spring of this starts right off the beginning. So let me back up here a little bit. So as council comes in 2025, there'll be some initial meetings on capital, on the CIP budget. So the starting pieces of that process will start to occur in that November, December timeframe, and of course it can go right into January and all the way up to with deliberations be completed. We're expecting in June of 2026. During that period, though, also in December of 2025 and onwards, what you'll end up seeing is that we'll also be working with council on the operating budget, and we'll start working through the operating budget components and all the way through to December of 2026 to complete the operating budget process, which takes a little bit more time.
Okay, thanks for that. What I'm trying to clearly understand, if we're going to continue to have a 4-year cycle, and the newly elected 2025 council in October of that year will start making decisions and approving documents, both operating and capital, sometime in 2026, I'm assuming, depending how long it'll take. It could be September, October of 2026. Could be a year after they're into their term. So how will they be able to approve a 4-year cycle if they quite frankly don't approve it immediately in their term? Because then won't it extend to the next council of 2029 or whatever that year would be?
So it might be good to bring up that one. It might be helpful if Ms. Brown could bring up the slide deck and we go to slide 4 within the presentation. So Councillor Morrow, to answer your question, so as council gets elected, that council, 2 councils down, gets elected in 2025, they'll start the process in the last stages of 2025. But if you look on that schedule, you'll see that the tail end of our capital projects, CIP will end in 2026, and also the current operating budget will end in 2026. So there will already be a current budget in place. They'll be looking at the 2027 to 2030 timeframe of making deliberations in 2026. So it slides a little. There's always 1 year past the current council.
Yeah, okay, so there will always be 1 year overlap. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that. My final question, if I may. So some of us have been trying to do this, and we've talked about this for forever. I know Councillor Kaufman and I have been trying to do this probably since our very first term back in 1995, or maybe thereafter when the process actually changed. So here we are now, after all these years, we are, I'm sure Councillor Kaufman is quite excited. I'm very excited, and I totally appreciate what's in front of us here. But we're doing this, 2-3 meetings before the next council. So my question, if we will allow the ownership of next council, because as we know, they can do what they want. At what point will they, the new council, because there could be quite a few new faces who want to have their fingerprint in this immediately and maybe not agree to what we're going to, if we approve this today, at what point and what opportunity and what will the process look like if they are willing and want to make changes to what we are witnessing and experiencing here today?
What I would suggest, Councillor Morrow, and it was a comment I was going to add to one of your earlier questions, is despite the fact that there's a bit of a phasing given that we're dealing with 4-year periods in terms of trying to put this forward and do so on an accurate basis. But what I would suggest is part of the proposal, and you'll recall that I mentioned annual review. In doing these annual reviews, in fact, we are looking to leverage existing reports to support council's annual review of the CIP and operating budget. So this proposal does not preclude, despite the fact that those two will not align until the later years, it would not preclude this council or future council members from seeking administration to provide them with the annual review prior to the simultaneous delivery of the two.
One thing, excuse me, I'd add to that as well, is that we also have the operational review. We're still ongoing in Treasury and Financial Services looking at the process. Our intention is to come back to the future council through audit committee and standing policy committee meetings and for economic standing policy committee meetings with any other enhancements we see on this. So there will be opportunities for the future council to also take a look and put their fingerprint as you have suggested on this process as well.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Just if I can to Ms. Trent or Mr. Matthews, Corollary to not having the June financial forecast is that council would be in deliberations, or economic SPC would be at least dealing with the budget. So we would have that information at our fingertips in the year of deliberation or in the year of review. Is that correct? And then the September forecast would actually inform fall decisions on the budget. Is that correct?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So in the past, we used to get the June update usually in August, I think, right? So, and then we would get one in November, I think, before the end of the...
That's great.
And the purpose was to basically identify if things... It was kind of like a variance report. So in the private sector, variance reports are kind of done monthly. Are we on target? Are we going to hit... So we have these unusual years, like last year and this year. You know, what's the impact on property taxes? Are people able to pay as we defer a significant portion of our budget to possible late payments? So how does council get informed on the risks more frequently when there are significant variances from budget? Do we wait for an official report, or will that information be communicated in another way?
So what I would suggest on that one, Mayor Spearman, is that similar to last year, if you remember last year, we came to council, I believe it was with an April report in regards to the forecast. We actually did one earlier because of all the changes that were occurring in the organization with COVID-19 and through the pandemic. So it'd be similar to this process again. If there was significant things that administration has, what we're recommending inside of here, that we would still be we would bring those forward at those times to council for further direction from them.
And I would just add, Mayor Spearman, that's, I think, really the crux of the intent around the annual review is when we come forward with that reporting is to identify potential changes, anomalies, et cetera, deltas. But beyond that, to Mr. Matthews' point, in extraordinary events, anomalies, situations that wouldn't be normally anticipated in the annual review, we would certainly bring those forward if we identify those on an ad hoc basis. Absolutely.
Okay, so council's role is financial oversight is one of the responsibilities. So having fewer forecast reports and basically explanations of variances, is council going to be as well equipped in the future as they are now in terms of understanding the deviations from budget?
So given the fact that, Mayor Spearman, we identified that in our opinion, the September forecast is at a much higher level of accuracy relative to the June forecast, we feel we're better positioning you, despite the fact that the frequency is reduced. However, as I mentioned previously, to the extent that members of council and yourself, Mayor Spearman, required a higher level of frequency for information to better prepare you, we would certainly take that feedback and adapt accordingly to provide that necessary reporting.
Yep. Fully understand the pressure on resources. So thank you very much. Thank you. Are there any further questions from council? I see none. So I have a resolution from Councillor Kaufman. Streamlining operating budget, CIP, and other financial processes. Be it resolved that City Council approves the proposed streamlining of the operating and capital budgets proposal to achieve an aligned 4-year capital improvement program and operating budget cycle reviewed and adjusted annually through the following recommendations. 1, direct the city manager to align the 2022 to 2031 capital improvement program with the 2023 to 2026 operating budget in 2022 by bringing forward the existing 2026 capital projects within the 2022 to 2031 capital improvement program, currently approved for 4 years, 2022 to 2025, for council to consider for approval. 2, direct the city manager in 2023 to provide the ongoing annual reviews of the operating and capital budgets for years 2 3, and 4 to determine if adjustments or amendments are required by council. 3, modify the frequency of annual financial forecasts from twice per year to once per year by instructing administration to provide an annual financial forecast only in November for the period January 1st to September 30th to assist in budget decisions. 4, direct the city manager to continue to provide annually an unaudited financial information package and annual report based on December information. 5, direct the city manager to continue to require administration to report urgent or unusual financial information to the audit committee, economic SPC, or city council on an ad hoc basis as required. 6, direct the city manager to start in 2026 the ongoing process to debate the 4-year operating and 4-year capital budget improvement program in the same year. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you. Just clarification on point 6. Ms. Brown, if I could just ask you to scroll back up. I just want to direct the city manager to start in 2026 the ongoing process to debate the 4-year operating and 4-year capital budgets. Theoretically, that begins in 2022, does it not? I understand the context of 2026 being a unified cycle, but the two, or are we looking at the 2022 CIP as being just the additional year? Everything determined to date remains, it's just the additional year?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for the clarification on that. Okay. Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I don't think you can say thank you enough, so I'm just going to go back to Ms. Trent and Mr. Matthews and the cross-functional team. Thank you for doing this work. When you become comfortable with something, it sometimes is very difficult to move out of that comfort zone into something new. But the challenge is put in front of them, and staff have responded extraordinarily well. I was a little concerned. The first song I heard on my phone this morning was the Rolling Stones, "You Can't Always Get What You Want." And I kind of thought it was going to set me on a path for today. However, if you try sometimes, you just might find you get what you need. And that's what we have in front of us. Herbert Simons, a great political scientist, once coined the term satisficing, which is the cross between being satisfied and sufficing. And what we have here is not the multi-year budget. However, in my opinion, what staff have put in front of council for consideration today is a very close second. Budget deliberation begins at the start of the term. This is something that's been ongoing, especially when you're dealing with capital projects that are going to affect operating in the next cycle. To make decisions at the end of your term and looking at it for the next council has created all sorts of challenges over the years. This is a wonderful correction to it. It also means that the decisions we make on capital, we deal with the operating consequences of those as a sitting council as well. It also puts greater control for council over the budget. The fact that we have the opportunity now as members of council to have effect or influence on the budget, greater opportunities to do that, also fulfills our governance role in terms of oversight. If there are changes that we feel are required, we have the ability through process, through mechanism to actually undertake those things. This also better connects the capital and operating budgets. I think that's something that has been a challenge for members of council, the community certainly, in terms of understanding how processes work. And it does provide council with greater strategic focus on revenues and expenditures. If you're coming out of your strategic plan and immediately moving into capital and operating deliberations, all of that's right there. It's front and center. Now you've got the next 3 years of the term to provide the check, to receive the check-ins, to provide the oversight and guidance, whether you want to change the plan, readjust the plan, realign the plan, or status quo, that opportunity is still there. This is, I'm very, very happy with what is in front of us today, and I would encourage my colleagues to support what is being recommended.
Thank you. Now, are we dealing with questions on the resolution at this stage? We asked questions on the presentation already. Are we on to debate? Are there any further questions on the resolution?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I do, because it is the resolution, a question pertaining to the resolution.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. It's just more a point of clarification, understanding number 1 in the resolution, where it says that the bringing forward the existing 2026 and their last 4 words for council to consider for approval. Does that mean this council is going to be approving this and something will come forward before our last meeting, or is this going to the next council?
The next council.
Who's approving? Who's going to be receiving this 2026 being brought forward, and who's approving it?
The next council.
Thank you.
Thank you. Acting Mayor Crowson, question or debate? Okay, thank you. Are there any further questions from council? Okay, we will move on to debate. I think Councillor Kaufman has opened. Okay, so Acting Mayor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I will absolutely be supporting this. It fits in with the changes that we've been making related to governance within council and gives council and the community better oversight of the budget. When I was reading through the documents on this, under implications, it has community citizen none. And I would actually argue that that's incorrect, because this actually does provide chances for better engagement, and it provides a better understanding for council and the community as a whole to understand the coordination between the capital and the operating budget. I've always said I think we need to think about life cycle costs, not just capital, not just operating. What's the overall cost on these? And doing them in the same term and having that linked conversation between these will make for much better conversations between council, between the community, and between administration. And so this will provide better oversight. It will help council do their work better, and it'll be better for the community. So thank you very much to administration for bringing this forward, and I'm happy to see this and will absolutely support it.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I turned on the radio this morning and I heard I can't get no satisfaction. But that's certainly not the case here today. Listening to the report, I'm really impressed. I'm so really impressed with how much work has gone into this, and to take the direction asked by members of council to do what you did, and I'm in full support of what you've done. So thank you very much. I will support this.
Thank you. Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Unfortunately, when I got into my vehicle, I didn't have any song that really pushed towards this resolution, but I will say thank you very much. This is just amazing. I have to keep glancing over at Councillor Kaufman to make sure he was still there, because I'm sure he's just bouncing in his seat, and so it's something that's been looked at for quite some time, and I'm super excited by this, especially the part of you know, again, the increased community engagement throughout this budgeting process, and which really brings a greater level of accountability, as Ms. Trent said, going forward, which is fantastic. And I guess I can't thank enough to Mr. Dalton, your team, Trent, and especially Mr. Matthews and your team for seeing the vision that sometimes it's difficult to pass along to yourselves for administration to go and bring back. But I'm looking at this and I'm just amazed. So, Councillor Kaufman, thank you very much for bringing this forward. This is great, and I will wholeheartedly support this.
Okay, any further comments from council? Any further debate? I always enjoyed the forecasts. I enjoyed the variance analysis, and it helped me with my understanding of the budget. I'm somewhat comforted by requiring administration to report urgent or unusual financial information, but I do think it's important for that councillors have the oversight and have a full understanding of the budget. I think the forecast provided that, but I do understand the pull on resources, and you have to make choices. So, so this is the direction council's given, so I will support it. I hope that future councils do have a fuller understanding of the operating budget going forward. So, thank you. With no further debate, I'll ask Councillor Kaufman to close.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and to Councillor Higgin. We haven't voted on this yet. been around long enough to know you don't celebrate until the hands go up in favor. So thank you to my colleagues. I appreciate your patience and your understanding, but I appreciate the direction we're providing to the next council and to future councils. This is a fundamental change with the way we operate as an organization, the way council governs, and it's only a positive step forward, and excited for the future. Call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Are any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you.
You celebrate now.
Okay. Want to take 5 minutes for celebration, or do we should we move on to submissions, or do you want to take a break? We take a 5-minute break. we're going to resume the public meeting. And we're going to start with submission 5.1. Okay, I've got a resolution moved by Councillor Higgin. Whereas the Lethbridge Housing Authority is the social housing provider for individuals, families, and seniors in Lethbridge. And whereas the Lethbridge Housing Authority minimum rent is $120 per month. And whereas the Lethbridge Housing Authority / Lethbridge and Region Community Housing Corporation, LRCHC, affordable housing portfolio assists families and seniors with low to moderate income. And whereas the Lethbridge Housing Authority, LNRCHC affordable housing rents at 20 to 50% below market value. And whereas seniors were identified in the Municipal Housing Strategy, MHS, as a demographic group in need of more affordable housing. And whereas the MHS identified the need for diversity of the housing supply, specifically shift to smaller household sizes, 1 to 2 persons, higher proportion of households with physical disability, aging population, which is the target of the new 64 units under construction by the organization. And whereas the Lethbridge Housing Authority, LNRCHC, is an integral organization that specializes in the development and delivery of social and affordable housing in the city of Lethbridge. And whereas tax cancellation of affordable housing units will directly allow the monthly rental rates to remain as low as possible to ensure affordability of the city's most vulnerable. Therefore, be it resolved that City Council approve one-time funding of $90,000 to the Lethbridge Housing Association, Lethbridge and Regional Community Housing Corporation, funded from unused dollars, currently at $340,000, from the council-directed $500,000 to COVID rent subsidy. And further be it resolved that Council direct administration to create a program that will have measurable outcomes to help housing authorities with offsets for taxes. Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. This is a resolution that's brought forward here at our last meeting, and of course, a lot of the information had to speak with our city manager as well as Lethbridge Housing and Lethbridge and Region, and just get some clarification on a few things. So this is back here from tabled previously, and so it's here. I do see that we do have our administrator from Lethbridge Housing. So Ms. James is in the audience here if there's any questions on this. It's pretty much self-explanatory. It's keeping the rental rates as affordable as possible and also ensuring that our properties are well maintained. And there's some funding right now with the COVID rent subsidy that there's still additional funding there, so there's no additional cost to taxation. It will come from that fund. That was a previous resolution brought forward. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Questions from members of council. Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Thank you very much. Thanks for bringing this forward. But I guess I asked the question, what about the precedent setting of this? Can someone respond to any kind of precedent this is creating for the housing market?
But the program is, as you see in the very last clause here, or the further be resolved, that administration or city managers to go back and create a program that have measurable outcomes to help housing authorities with offsets for taxes. So it's one of the ways that city manager is going to look into this. As far as others, I'm not sure if there's a precedent setting as any of the affordable housing. Most is through this organization. If there's others, they do have that ability to come forward and bring a resolution in front of council.
Would Mr. Lafferty like to respond to that?
Sure, through your worship. There are approximately 695 additional units of affordable housing out there that do currently pay taxes. If that answers the question.
Perhaps I can assist too, because it is a bit complicated, and I think the potential for there to be for it to be precedent setting was more likely if the approach pursued was the tax relief, Mr. Laverty.
Yes.
Because this is taking a different approach, the direct precedent-setting nature of this decision would not be quite the same, because now my understanding from, and perhaps there'll be an opportunity for LHA to confirm, but this is specifically focused on a particular group of seniors residents in affordable housing who've been affected by a number of changes that will move them out of that affordable housing bracket. That said, in terms of precedent setting, this would be council allocating funding to support a group of individuals in affordable housing, and that, you know, the broader application of that kind of a program might be precedent setting in and of itself, and so council should consider it that way, if that makes sense. But it's not precedent setting from a tax relief perspective, because the approach proposed now is not to approach this as tax relief.
Okay, thank you. That answers your question, Councillor Campbell?
Yeah, I think so, yes, thanks.
Councillor Carlson.
Thanks, Mayor Spearman. Further to that, because the briefing note we have in front of us talks about, I think Mr. Laverty said, around 700 affordable housing units that could cause $1 million in pressure. And even though this is not tax incentive, this wouldn't preclude all those other properties from showing up at the next meeting of council to say, our turn. So is it still fair that they could come forward and that would be about $1 million?
Yeah, yeah, I think if we use the numbers Mr. Laverty and team have come up with when it was looked at from a tax perspective, I think that's a reasonable estimate, Councillor Carlson. It's difficult to say. I think the challenge here, and it might be good to get clarification from LHA in terms of the intent of this motion, but I believe it's to address a particular group of individuals who are in affordable housing so that their rent is capped at 30% of income, but for a number of reasons, they're no longer going to be able to cap that rent at 30% of income. So in the event there were other individuals who are clients of affordable housing providers across the city who were in similar circumstances, then yes, it could be precedent setting. It's difficult at this time to come up with a number for how many might be affected that way. So I think the number that Mr. Laverty's put forward is reasonable, but we haven't been able to identify how many, again, because of the nature of what this is asking for, we haven't been able to identify how many other people might be able to say it was done here, we're in a similar situation, we're going to seek that support. And I would just ask, Ms. Bishop from CSD is on the phone and or online, dialed in. I just wanted to see if she had anything to add to that.
Bishop?
Thank you for that. I think what our city manager was saying is accurate in terms of these dollars being directed towards.
If I can, Your Worship, Ministry of Seniors and Social Housing has done a review, I think it is, of affordable housing throughout the provinces, making some recommendations. Do we know the timing of those recommendations? Rather than council doing ad hoc as people show up to council, do we know when those recommendations or I guess could be recommended or implemented will be happening?
I would ask Ms. Bishop if she's aware of any new information on that.
I would at this time, I'd say no. I'm not aware of any further information as to the release of that. So I would want to come back to council before I could confirm that date.
Okay, thank you. And just to follow up on that, because the recommendation from administration, unless it's changed, and I'll ask about that, was that we do postpone any decisions on this until we do hear from the Ministry of Seniors and Housing. Is that still the recommendation?
Yeah, I'll take that, Brittany. Yes, I think we are looking at a request for, and I do think it would be helpful if perhaps Ms. James could come forward and speak to exactly what the intent of this this motion is meant to achieve. So we are looking at a specific request to address what I understand is a unique situation at the moment for a group of seniors in affordable housing. So this request has evolved. When we were dealing with a taxation relief request, our sense was it would be better to wait and see what the province was going to come out with and have that information available to council. So I think what council's being asked to consider here is again, a specific request that could have ramifications and could be precedent setting. I'm not saying that it isn't. But I think that's about the best I could do to describe the decision that's in front of council today. But I do think it might be helpful if LHA could expand on exactly because what's in the documentation in front of council in terms of the original ask from LHA has changed over time. And so it might be helpful just to clarify exactly what the ask is today.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Spearman. No further questions.
Thank you. We do have Ms. James here now. Go ahead.
Thank you. So specifically what we're asking for today is the $90,000 for our affordable housing portfolio. There's a portion for our affordable and a portion for our social housing portfolio. So I think the waters are getting a little muddied right now with the different levels of government and kind of seniors in housing is the social housing portfolio, Lethbridge and Region is the affordable housing portfolio. So I know specifically what we're asking is we're trying to keep the rents as low as possible. So if we look at the development of our 64 units, we had applied for rapid housing money, which we weren't given. So we'll be doing a co-investment on that property. Our monthly mortgage payment will be approximately $30,000 a month for that property. So in order to keep it as affordable as possible, we're looking at ways that we can work with City Council to meet your municipal housing strategy, as well as try to expand our portfolio to meet the needs of our seniors. So we're looking at a differential in rent between about $700 a month and $950 a month. So it's significant. And I can speak to the other questions that Councillor Carlson had about the seniors in housing change, but again, this is on the affordable side and not on the social side. So two different conversations, so I don't want things to get complicated.
Thank you.
Your Worship, can I just, is there something I don't have in front of me? The most recent request I have still talks about property tax cancellation. Should I be reading something different? I'm sorry. It says the request is for property tax cancellation. And now I'm hearing that it's not property tax cancellation. That's what the city manager just said. So maybe I'm reading the wrong missive from LHA.
No, you're reading what is what's been provided in the package, Councillor Carlson. What we're the conversation has evolved with LHA, and I think the most recent request is reflected in the OBR. That might be the best way to describe it. So this originally we originally received this as a tax cancellation request, and as CSD discussed this with LHA over time, and with an effort to get a clear idea and clarification for exactly what problem they were trying to solve, how they plan to spend the $90,000 figure. The conversation evolved into other ways to do that other than tax cancellation as a result of the precedent-setting issue that Mr. Laverty raised. That's my understanding of where we are, and again, I'd ask Ms. Bishop if I've got that wrong to jump in.
That's correct.
So I just need to wrap my head around it. So it's not a tax cancellation. It's paying the tax differential from a different source. I just need to completely understand, because it seems like potato to me, but because the only information I have is what was provided. Now I'm hearing that there's a different request, so I'm a bit confused, but I'll try and figure it out.
No, that's fair, and I understand why, and we're trying to enable, we're trying to bring some clarity to that, and I think Again, my understanding, based on because the OBR presents a request to council that's quite different than what LHA had originally proposed. So again, I think what I read in the OBR is an ask of council to provide that $90,000 roughly to do what Ms. James said, which is to reduce those senior rental rates from a level that's not affordable to affordable. And what we were asked to do in administration was say if council was interested in doing that, would there be a better source of funding than tax relief? And so I acknowledge this is confusing. We're trying our best to present it in a way that is understandable.
Thank you for that. But the numbers are exactly the same. So it is just potato, correct? It was either
The
tax.
numbers, that's right. The numbers are the same, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. So before I ask my question, this isn't potato. We have an information package that's supposed to connect to a resolution. Regardless of what the ask and the resolution are for any topic, the information that we receive needs to be consistent with what the resolution is. The information we received said tax concessions or cancellations. The resolution doesn't really talk about that as much as reallocating dollars that we've already directed to COVID relief for rent and mortgage payments to something else. So I'm not opposed to helping and helping LHA get the services that they need to and provide the housing they need to. I'm opposed to the fact that there's just some weirdness going on that I don't see here very often, is where there's no connection or little connection other than the actual dollars between the information package we received and the resolution. So what I would like to see is, I would like to see this postponed till we get the right information package to connect to the right resolution.
Okay, thank you. You can bring a notice of postponement at any time, but there are 4 others in the queue, just for information. So,
well, if I bring
Mr. Mayor,
that up right now, you don't have to ask any other questions.
Mr. Mayor, I will second that Councillor Miyashiro's postponement. I had my hand up because I was going to ask for the same thing, but according to the rules of order that I'm looking at, I could not interrupt the speaker. So I'm glad Councillor Miyashiro did.
Point of clarification. If you're not looking for a postponement, you're looking to refer this to administration for more information, because a postponement would only bring us back the same information. I think what you're looking for is a referral to administration to bring back 2 weeks from now, just for point of clarification.
And if I may, Councillor Miyashiro, sorry to interrupt, I was going to suggest and ask the question, why is this a submission and not a presentation? This is significant. So I would like to see this, whatever the word is, postponement, whenever you come back, if there's nothing urgent here, that we have it as a presentation so that we have everything in front of us, just as Councillor Miyashiro and Councillor Carlson have clearly identified.
okay, so Councillor Miyashiro, are you prepared to make this as a referral motion?
I am, yeah. And thanks to Councillor Grossen for that direction.
Seconded by Councillor Morrow. And the explanations have been provided to get clarification.
Yeah, there needs to be clarification and consistency between the information package council receives and the proposed resolution that we're going to vote on.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Morrow has requested that this also be a presentation rather than a submission. Are you in agreement with that as well?
I am.
Okay, thank you. So do all members of council understand the referral motion? Okay. Are there any questions on the referral motion?
Should we have it on the screen?
Okay. Yeah. Councillor Carlson, question on the referral motion?
I'm not sure how much work this would involve, or if administration should or should not, the wisdom of it, but there are other groups identified in our briefing note that, for lack of a better term, may see this as precedent and may come immediately following. Is there any interest in testing the waters to see if it's going to be a $90,000 incentive or $1 million incentive, as our briefing sheet says it could be? I just wonder if that makes sense, or just it's council should wait and see.
Yes.
Because
Awesome.
I thank you. I'd like to know whether approving 90 or possibly $1 million. So thank you, City Manager.
That might be handled in the referral. We might get clarification on the way back. You've indicated you're on the Green Acres board, so we might get a similar request from Green Acres. But right now, it's a referral, which would include clarification on the 90,000 versus the 1 million. Sorry. Yeah. Any other questions on the referral motion? Councillor Croson?
This is a question for the city manager. This came to us 2 weeks ago because it was a tax cancellation, and only city council can do a tax cancellation. Now it's looking like it's aligning much more with our rent supplement program we already have. And if these seniors would be individually or as a group eligible for the rent supplement, and I'm not saying if they are or aren't, that's actually administration who would be doing that. So did this come to us because it was tax cancellation, and should we actually be throwing it back to administration going, if this is actually under the rent supplement program, this is yours again?
This isn't rent supplement. This is, they want the money from the COVID rent subsidy that we especially allocated for COVID rent subsidy, not the typical rent subsidy program.
Unfortunately, I think this is a good example of going back to the drawing board and understanding what problem we're trying to solve, doing good work and bringing it back. That's
Okay,
what we need
I just wanted to be clear on that, because if there was a simpler solution, I would have gone for that. Thank you.
Any further questions on the referral motion? Okay, any debate on the referral motion? Okay, moved by Councillor Miyashiro, seconded by Councillor Morrow. Anybody like to open or close?
I'll close, Mayor Spearman, if you don't mind. And what I want to say is that I hope in the future that we can look at how we don't run into this confusion again, because it rarely happens, but when it does, it really throws a monkey wrench into the works. To ensure that we have the same information in our package that the public gets, as well as council, that matches up with the resolution. Because if it doesn't, then we reach this part. It also seems to put some administrative staff in a difficult place, because city manager, as you were just doing, was hopscotching between trying to explain how the resolution connects to what the intent of the information package was, where really there was no connection. And I think when you're trying to explain information you received after the information package went out to what the resolution presented today is, it makes things far more difficult. I want to make it very clear, and everyone knows this or should know this, that I'm not opposed to subsidies for seniors housing. I'm not opposed to affordable housing. For this one in particular, we just need some clarity, and we need some a little bit better process. Call the question.
Okay, question has been called. All in favor of the referral motion? Are any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you. Okay. Computer's dead? Awesome.
Mr. Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
Could maybe we, the 6 of us that are not part of the Agenda Review Committee, maybe get a little bit of an explanation as to why this was put in as a submission rather than a presentation? Because I'm of the belief if it would have been a presentation, everybody's there anyways to answer questions. We might have not had the confusion. So is there any explanation as to why it came in on the agenda under submission?
Basically because it was brought forward from the last meeting. And the background all changed before we saw the actual resolution. So remember that we had the agenda review committee meeting was a week ago yesterday. We didn't have all this information when we met as the agenda review committee.
Great, thank you. I guess I'm always more of the opinion that we should have more presentations rather than submissions, but thank you for your explanation.
You're welcome, thank you. Okay, we'll move on to submission 5.2, moved by Councillor Morrow. It's a tax cancellation request. Be it resolved that City Council approve option 1, a partial refund of $1,065.26 for 11 Trent Road West, Lethbridge, due to a fire. Councillor Morrow?
Go ahead, Mr. Laverty. I'll let you explain because you're here, so you might as well do it.
Thank you. Through your worship, thank you, Councillor Morrow. What we have is a property that had a substantial fire, had considerable damage, and is uninhabitable. So in the past, we've brought this forward for tax cancellation, and they usually are recommended for cancellation. So it is a fire. The home has been destroyed. The fire report's attached in the briefing. Again, we're asking for partial approval of the funding, that a partial refund of taxes be given.
Thank you. We'll move on to questions. Mr. Laverty, the only way taxes can be reduced is by approval of City Council. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor Spearman.
Okay. And as you've said, this is not precedent setting. When homes are substantially damaged by fire, we have reduced their taxes in the past. In effect, the market value of that home is reduced. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Worship.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Parker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just my question is, in the information you have, like someone who's done an investigation, looks like a third party. That's not a criteria for something like this. This is just additional information. This wouldn't be something that you would have to have provided. Am I correct?
Through your worship, what we do ask for is of evidence of the fire damage, and we also request that that the owner provide evidence that the insurance does not pay the taxes.
So if this person didn't provide this, would usually our local, like our fire investigation officers within the fire department, would they have provided something like this usually?
Yeah, we would receive a fire report, yes.
So just, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any further questions from council? If not, we'll go back to the resolution. I've already read it. Be it resolved that council approve option 1, a partial refund of $1,065.26 for 11 Trent Road West due to a fire. Is there any debate? I see none. Councillor Morrow to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As we see in our package, all the photos and evidence of the fire, and after listening to Mr. Laverty, we understand what is in front of us here, so therefore I'll ask council to support the resolution. Call for the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Are any opposed? There are none. We'll move on to 5.3. This resolution is proposed by Councillor Kaufman, appointment of deputy and acting mayors. Be it resolved that City Council for the 2021 to 2025 term of council adopt option number blank as a selection process for the deputy and acting mayors, each for a 6-month time period, and assign the seating in chamber for councillors alphabetically from left to right, looking to the public gallery, and assign the councillors' offices in City Hall out of a hat by the city clerk, with an exception for incumbents who will continue to occupy their current offices. Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I thought at governance we had landed on an option. I'm looking to Councillor Crowson, Councillor Carlson, or Councillor Miyashiro on that.
I think we had suggested following 2017's process based on where people fell during the election. That was what governance was leaning towards.
Thank you, which was option 1.
Put option 1 in there.
Waiting if Councillor Carlson or Councillor, Councillor Morrow recall that conversation as well, but I'm pretty sure it was option 1.
Thank you, Councillor Kaufman. I believe we said we could go again with option 1. The problem was option 1 had never actually been codified.
Yes.
So we didn't really know what it was. So I think the city clerk's office did some research and has come up with option 1 as the one to follow. So yes, that would be our recommendation.
Thank you.
Unless a member of council has a better option.
Are there any questions from council?
Sorry, what was option 1 again?
The status quo, previously used process.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I see no further questions. Debate?
Thank you. Actually,
sorry, I have a question.
Councillor Morrow was in the queue. Oh, thank you.
Okay,
I have a
couldn't see him.
question.
Computer's dead. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So option 1, and I'm reading it. It says that the councillor with the most votes as the first acting mayor. I'm assuming that means deputy mayor.
No.
No, that would be acting mayor, Councillor Morrow, and then the councillor.
But then the councillor with the next most votes as the second acting mayor. I've never heard of acting mayor or second acting mayor. We've always had deputy mayor and acting mayor.
Right, but there's the first acting mayor for the first 6 months, the second acting mayor for the next 6 months, and so on.
Sorry, I don't quite follow option 1 by reading it. We're going to stay as is. Whoever leads the polls will be the deputy mayor.
No, if I can, Mayor Spearman. Councillor Moore, the current process is whoever tops the polls is made acting mayor for the first 6 months. And then the way the cycle unfolds from that, it actually ends up that the person who topped the polls ends the term being deputy mayor. So option 1 is basically the status quo. The issue is that this has never been codified. We've just done it by tradition, or the colloquial, this is the way we've always done it. So this is a codification of a process.
But so then who's the deputy mayor?
The number 2 would be deputy mayor. Would start the term as deputy mayor.
So is there any explanation for that? Why wouldn't whoever leads the polls be deputy mayor right off the bat?
Well, I think that's the problem, Councillor Morrow, is that the process has never been codified. And so if I recall from my wonderful memory, it has jumped around a couple of times in terms of who's deputy mayor first out of the gate and who's deputy mayor last. There are certain advantages to that title. The process we operate under in this term, 2017 to 2021, has been option 1. Where Councillor Campbell topped the polls in the beginning of the term, was acting mayor, and at the end of the term is finishing as deputy mayor.
If I can, Councillor Kaufman, because I don't remember, Councillor Morrow, if you were there for our discussion at...
No, I wasn't.
Okay. The option you're suggesting would be option 2, I believe, is the other option we discussed.
Gotcha.
So if that was more amenable, I don't think our committee governance was overly passionate about anything. We just wanted to bring some options and some recommendations. But if there's something you'd prefer, that's an option as well.
Okay, so what I'm understanding then is that we will continue as we are today, status quo, only by this we are, as you say, Councillor Kaufman, codifying it, putting it in a resolution.
That's correct. So clerk's office knows what happens after each election.
Thank you.
Councillor Parker?
Wanted to add to what Councillor Kaufman was saying, because I remember after every election, it was always a different routine. It was almost like the city manager, the city clerk, and the mayor kind of just sat together and decided this is how it was going to be, and then it was passed by resolution at probably the next council meeting. So I like the way it's being codified, but one or two, either one looks good to me as well. Thank you.
Councillor Higgin?
Looking here on number 2, what it's saying, assign the seating in chamber for councillors alphabetically from left to right, looking to the public gallery. So that would just by name, so anybody is say, for example, Councillor Parker, I think he's been here more than one time. If his doesn't fall in that position, he would go to another, it would shift, but it would keep that way all the time. There's no changing. If somebody says I want to sit here and the other person's fine, then that's okay, or how does that work?
That's what's being proposed. Right. So it would be Councillor Smith tops the polls. Councillor Smith would sit in that seat, and then it's alphabetical from that point. Do you want to explain the clerk's logic or wisdom on that, Mr. Sarsfield?
Thanks.
There is really no logic in the past. So what we were trying to do again was just trying to codify so that there is no great excitement at the first meeting where do I sit and I want to sit next to whoever. So we just said, why don't we just do it alphabetically? So that was the suggestion.
All right, but not set in stone. If somebody does change, it's fine, I take it. Or is it, if you're alphabetical, you need to be in your chair? That's what it sounds like?
That's just the recommendation. Doesn't mean you have to go with it.
Gotcha. Thanks.
This can be amended if members of council prefer the, again, traditional process. This is, again, just codifying something codifying it so that we all know going into the next term what the rules of engagement are for the organizational meeting. You take your oath of office, you pledge allegiance to the code of conduct, and then you know exactly where to sit.
So just one last question, if I could. If nothing was decided, if this did not pass, it would be just status quo?
It would be status quo, and if Councillor Smith was re-elected, Councillor Smith would go back to Councillor Smith's chair. Councillor Smith's not re-elected. I believe the current process is the next person whoever topped the polls, if they're new to council, gets to choose where they sit first, and then second and third and so on has been the process. In exactly the same way the offices are selected upstairs.
Alrighty, thanks.
So I have a question. What's
your chair's assigned?
What's the wisdom of postponing this particular motion to the first meeting in November so the next council decides what they want to do?
Mr. Sarsfield will answer that.
So the first issue is we need to know who the deputy mayor and acting mayor are right away. Because the first item of business is to assign people to the various committees, and that is done in the past traditionally by those 3 particular members: the chair, the mayor, the deputy mayor, and the acting chair. And they have other responsibilities, so we need to know that right off the bat. So it just puts things behind if we don't know who that is. So this was just a suggestion. There was no outline process for any of these 3 things, so we just thought it would make it simpler to put something in place. If you like it, great. If you don't, they can always change it. So it's a starting point, is all it is.
Thank you.
Again, number 2, if people don't like it, just make a motion to divide or a motion to amend and strike. Ms. Brown, can I just ask you to scroll up a little bit so the entirety of the motion can be seen? Thank you.
Councillor Parker, did you have another question?
Well, words matter here. I want to make sure, because I think what Councillor Kaufman is trying to say is status quo technically isn't status quo. Status quo right now is randomness. So they use the word status quo. We have enough. So status quo is actually defined in this process. We would just do it randomly, fly by the end of our seat each and every election. So I don't like to use the word status quo because we never really had a system. This will now put something as status quo. So I think that's important. That's why I think it's a good idea to have this.
Councillor Morrow?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I can't believe we're spending a lot of time on this, and especially me spending a lot of time on this. But anyways, since we're into it, I might as well. So let me share my experience, and I'm not either complaining or I'm not applauding it, but I don't know if all of you know. So in this particular term, Councillor Campbell was the leader, most votes. He became the deputy mayor. I was the acting mayor. I have been acting mayor and deputy mayor within the first 2 years of a 4-year term. So I don't know how that happened. There seemed to be no rhyme or reason for that, because you would think that we would all have a chance of being deputy mayor and acting mayor within the 2 years, and then the same process again. So as much as this sounds crazy, as the deputy mayor and acting mayor, you do have a little bit more responsibility. And so what I'm saying is that the last probably 2 years and maybe 3 or 4 months of this term, I have already fulfilled my deputy mayor and acting mayor. So I don't know how that evolved. So what I'd like to suggest, and you know what, this is up to the next council, they can decide. I'm hoping, you know, I know that on a couple occasions I have traded my seats because a member of council, specifically Councillor Mearns at one time, wanted to trade, and we traded. So I don't have a problem with that. You know, we're not kids. What I'd like to suggest is that you'll do the deputy mayor and the acting mayor, because obviously we heard from the city clerk that we need to have that. And then let the rest, the incumbents, stay where they are in their seats and in their office, and the new people pick wherever they want. It's simple. I don't understand why we're trying to put rules and regulations into seating assignments. We're not 5-year-old kids here. And I trust that the new council will be able to actually create a team just by discussing where they want to sit or where they don't want to sit. So that's my suggestion. I don't know what option that is. If it's option 5, where we have the leader become the acting mayor, the second become the deputy mayor, and then alphabetical order, and the seating and the offices stay as is, so nobody has to move. Any of the incumbents don't have to move. That's what I would suggest.
Okay, I wonder how we're going to deal with this resolution.
If I can, then, if what I'm hearing is Councillor Morrow is making an amendment, thank you for that, Councillor Morrow, and what he's suggesting is that we strike 2 off of the motion, bullet 2, and I'm hearing him amend the bullet 3 read, assign council seats and councillors' offices out of a hat by the city clerk, with the exception for incumbents who will continue to occupy their current seats and offices. Is that correct, Councillor Morrow?
That sounds good.
The other alternative is...
And that every member of council is acting mayor or deputy mayor, not within, like I say, I mean, I fulfilled my acting mayor and deputy mayor within the first 18 months of this term, which I don't know if it's good for me, but I don't know if that's fair to everybody else.
Okay, so do we understand the amendments? Nobody wants to just say, let's have a game of musical chairs? Okay. So, amendments. Okay, so we're going to delete number 2.
I think Ms. Brown's working on that. Yeah. Delete number 2 on the current proposed motion. And then just amend number 3 to include seats as well as offices. And then we have a codified process.
Correct. Thank you, Councillor Kaufman.
Sorry, did I hear Councillor Carlson second that motion?
Sure. I also have a question.
As soon as it appears on the screen.
I have a question while we're wordsmithing, Your Worship.
Okay, are we amending the first one as well?
If you're gonna do it, if you're gonna, when the computer dies, I can't really help you, but I'm saying is if you wanna do it every 2 years, then you change the 6 to the 3. Or you just leave number 1 as it is. Just leave number 1 as is if he wants to propose the amendment.
Okay.
So ignore the.
Okay.
So why don't you just read it out?
So we'd leave number 1 as is. It'll be it resolved that City Council for the 2021 to 2025 term of council adopt option number 1 as a selection process for the deputy and acting mayors, each for a 6-month time period, and assign the councillors' offices and council seating plan out of a hat by the city clerk, with the exception of incumbents who will continue to occupy their current offices and seats. Does everybody understand the proposed amendment? Moved by Councillor Morrow, seconded by Councillor Carlson. Any questions on the amendment?
Carlson.
Go ahead.
Just further to Councillor Morrow's discussion, I do like that we're codifying things to make things sort of laid out, especially for the deputy and acting mayors, which is important. But as to offices and seats, this will not, I just want to be clear, this is a starting point, but as Councillor Morrow said, he and a previous councillor just agreed to swap seats or offices. There's nothing precluding that from happening, correct? If people agree by consensus.
Are you asking me as the mover of the amendment and you're the seconder?
Yes, you're the mover now.
So if it's you and I and we agree to that, we're in, man. Yeah.
All right.
I'm in. I agree.
It's on record. We're both in. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions?
I have a question. So,
go ahead.
Sorry, option 1. Just sorry about this. All this discussion is just, it's mind-boggling, is what it is. What was option 1 again? It's
the status. It's the way we did it this term.
Right. And then assign seats by drawing names out of the hat versus the other way that the city clerk suggested.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
Resolution is now on the screen. Everybody understands the resolution. The amendment, sorry. We have to vote on it twice, okay. All right. Ready for the vote? All in favor of the amendment? Is anyone opposed?
Me, Cheryl.
Okay, awesome. It passes 8-1. Thank you. Okay, so now we have to, basically the amendment becomes the motion and we have to vote again. Okay, who owns you own the motion.
Question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? Unanimous? Thank you. Okay, we're going to now go to the public hearing. We will require a few minutes to get the technology straightened out. Thank you. Bylaw 6290. I call to order the public hearing for Bylaw 6290, Land Use Bylaw Amendment Re 310 12th Street South. The procedure for this hearing will be, we will begin by calling upon Mr. Ross Kilgore, Community Planner, to provide the background to the case. Anyone else who wishes to speak on this bylaw will then be called upon. We will then ask 3 times if there is anybody else who wishes to make a presentation. City Council will then have the opportunity to ask questions of any of the presenters. The hearing will then be closed. Consideration of second and third reading will be made by City Council immediately following the public hearing. I now call upon Mr. Ross Kilgore to provide the background to the case. Mr. Kilgore?
Excuse me, Mayor, do we need to do roll call?
If you want to.
Oh, so it doesn't matter if we're here and don't show up for the vote?
Well, we've got 2 more meetings to go, yeah.
Fine, that's fine, thank you.
You want to do roll call?
Go ahead if you.
Okay. Councillor Higgin?
Present.
Councillor Morrow?
Yeah.
Councillor Mayashiro?
Doesn't matter.
Councillor Parker?
Here.
Acting Mayor Croson?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Campbell?
Present.
Mayor Spearman?
Present.
Councillor Carlson?
Present.
Councillor Kaufman?
Present.
All members are present for the public hearing.
All present and accounted for. Okay, thank you. Mr. Kilgore?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of City Council. Okay, next slide, please. So I'll be taking you through this draft bylaw with the standard rezoning setup. Next slide, please. So the applicant is Mohsin Syed Mahmood, and the purpose of this bylaw would be to rezone the parcel from general commercial to a new direct control bylaw so that the internal configuration of the existing building could be changed to allow an existing commercial unit on the main floor to be converted to residential. Next slide, please. This is the general location of the parcel close to the downtown. Next slide, please. As we zoom in, we can see it's just on the border between the Upper East Side, also known as the Warehouse District or Hamilton, and the London Road neighbourhood. Next slide, please. Zooming in a little bit further, we can see the parcel highlighted here in green. So it's actually facing 12th Street South, though it functions really as part of the 3rd Ave South commercial corridor. And it has a lane just to the south of it there that kind of separates it from the London Road neighbourhood. Next slide, please. So the relevant planning policy documents are the SSRP and the new MDP. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned earlier briefly, this building contains a mixture of residential apartments on upper floors, as well as some commercial on the ground and basement floors. The applicant owns one of the commercial units, and they wish to convert that to a residential use. However, the definition in the land use bylaw of dwelling apartment mixed use, which is the current use of the building, is as shown at the bottom of this slide here. You'll note that it mentions commercial space on the ground floor. So if this unit is converted from commercial to residential, then it would no longer fit this use definition from the land use bylaw. Instead, it would be a dwelling apartment, which is not an allowable use in the current CG zoning. Next slide, please. So we can see side by side here the existing and proposed zoning. As you can see on the left, the CG district is the dominant land use along all of 3rd Ave South there.
Is now joining.
And then to the south, you can see the change to the London Road neighbourhood where there's a number of different residential land use districts. Next slide, please. So the proposed direct control bylaw is exactly the same as the existing CG zoning. The sole change is adding dwelling apartment to the list of permitted uses. So the other regulations are just the same as the CG district. So we feel it would be in keeping with the surrounding land uses. Really, this is just a case of the city trying to facilitate a flexible use of this existing building, and no issues have been raised by any of the city's technical staff. Next slide, please. Further, the proposed rezoning is in line with relevant policies in the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan and the new Municipal Development Plan. From the MDP, a number of policies promote sustainable land use through mixing uses. They promote increasing residential uses in the vicinity of commercial corridors, which in addition helps the commercial uses by providing nearby customers, and promoting increasing residential densities in existing areas, which this would do. Next slide, please. So we undertook the standard rezoning notification process. This involved 66 notifications being sent out to the properties as shown in this slide. We sent out 2 notifications, one when the application was received and another with a public hearing notice. We received 2 responses to the initial notification, just inquiring about what this meant. They did not raise objections. And similarly to the public hearing notice being sent out, we received 1 call from a nearby owner who, again, just wanted some clarification about what the rezoning would mean for potential uses. Once it was explained, they didn't raise any objection. We also advertised the public hearing on the city's website and in the Lethbridge Herald on the dates shown. Next slide, please. So to conclude, this proposed rezoning is compliant with relevant policies in the SSRP and the MDP. Next slide. And so the Planning and Design Department recommends that City Council approve this bylaw, which would amend the land use bylaw to rezone the parcel from CG to direct control. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kilgore. I'm now going to call upon pre-registered speakers. As a reminder, presenters will have 5 minutes to speak to the issue. I'm going to ask Mr. Mohsen Syed Mahmood to come forward, please, and speak to the application. Welcome.
Thank you. First, I would like to thank Your Worship, Mr. Mayor, and the City Councilors to have given me this opportunity to present this case. And coming from a part of the world where democracy has lost its meaning, it's refreshing to see it in action here. Believe me, it is democracy, even though there seem to be some objections to that. But it's refreshing. Now, I also wish well for those who have put their names forward for our upcoming municipal election and allowed themselves to stand up to serve our community. It's refreshing again to see so many wonderful people put their names forward for that. And it's comforting to me to know that I have found the right place to live and raise my family when the current mayor is a personal friend, and a lot of the ones who are running for council or mayor are either my colleagues or friends. So that's something to be said about the city I have chosen to live and raise my family. Now, to business. I actually developed 2 parcels near downtown based on the idea that when residents are close to where they work, there will be less car traffic and good for the environment and all the rest that you all know. I came here probably about 3 or 4 years ago for the other parcel, 315 11th Street South, which was approved. And now we're here for, excuse me, for this parcel, which I'm of course hoping. I am incidentally the owner of that commercial unit that I'd like to ask so that we can change it into residential. If you wouldn't mind just move it up a little bit. Those are some of the reasons that I have. One is as a commercial unit, of course, it invites traffic, and as the slides show, it's just right next to residential areas, and both foot traffic and vehicular traffic would be lessened by changing it from commercial to residential. And The other is that the resale value of the properties will, of course, be better for the condo owners who have deputized me to make this presentation, and also for the what do you call the residential owners around. The other thing is that I myself had the experience where we had sold one of the condos and the lending agency refused to loan. And we said, well, why is that? He said, because it's in a CG. We don't want to loan money to a residential which is located in a CG, a GC, general commercial. So that's what the reason was for the first one when I came and it was approved. And it holds true here too. There could be lending institutions that would say, well, the same thing because it's a fact. The other is I'm trying to prevent potential unwanted businesses, as it is my experience that a marijuana dispensary wanted the place and I had to say no because I just did not feel it belongs to a building which out of the 9 units, all are residential except this one. And so I had to say no. But I don't know, the legality of that. I could be challenged for that. So that's something I'm hoping to avoid. Would you move it up, please? The only thing I was going to say is that I know that there's nobody here, but one person approached me in the street and said, well, does that mean that if you do this, then somebody can come and buy the whole building and do whatever they like? Which the answer is obviously no, because there is development permit and building permit. So if the building does not meet the building requirements, it will not be approved. Thank you very much. If there are any questions, I would be more than happy to answer.
Okay, thank you. We'll ask you to take a seat in the audience, and
thank you.
The time for questions will come. So now, are there any members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? For a second time, are there any members of the public who wish to make a presentation on this matter? For a third and final time, are there any members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? Okay, hearing no other presenters, it is now time for City Council to ask questions of the presenters. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Question through you to Mr. Kilgore, if I can. Mr. Kilgore, I think you talked about flexibility that this would allow. And so does it mean that adding dwelling and apartment is permitted use? That this would allow some flexibility, perhaps in a year, 2 years, 10 years, if market conditions changed and the owners wanted to reconvert back to commercial on the lower floor, no change to the bylaw would be needed. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor Carlson. So in the CG district, dwelling apartment mixed use is a discretionary use. And so that would remain the case with this new direct control bylaw.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Are there any further questions from council to any of the presenters? I see none. Hearing none, I now declare this public hearing closed. This matter may be decided later this afternoon following the public hearing. We'll now move on to the next public hearing. I call to order the public hearing for Bylaw 6299, Land Use Bylaw Amendment Re 2500 West Side Drive West, West Lethbridge Employment Center. The procedure for this hearing will be, we'll begin by calling upon Tyson Boylan, Senior Community Planner, to provide the background to the case. Anyone else who wishes to speak on this bylaw will then be called upon. We will then ask 3 times if there is anybody else who wishes to make a presentation. City Council will then have the opportunity to ask questions of any of the presenters. The hearing will then be closed. Consideration of second and third reading will be made by City Council immediately following the public hearing. I now call upon Mr. Tyson Boylan to provide the background to the case. Mr. Boylan?
Thank you, Your Worship and members of council. Just wait here for there's the presentation. All right, this is Bylaw 6299. It is a proposed land use bylaw amendment to 2500 West Side Drive West. Next slide, please. So my presentation will follow the same outline as the one that you just heard, finishing up with our department's recommendation to City Council. Next slide, please. The applicant is Jeff Neufeld on behalf of the owner of the parcel, which is Tricycle Lane Ranches Limited. The applicant will be available to answer questions after I'm done as well. And the applicant would like to rezone a parcel to a DC bylaw to allow the development of a lumberyard in addition to the existing Burnco concrete plant and landscape center that currently exists on the parcel. This lumberyard will be an interim land use as described in the West Lethbridge Employment Center Area Structure Plan. Next slide, please. So the amendment area is in approximately the northern extent of development on the west side, as is indicated here by the red star. Next slide. And the proposed amendment area is outlined in a green hatched area shown here on this more detailed map, and is located in what is known as the industrial portion of the West Lethbridge Employment Center. It is just across Walsh Drive from the existing West Highlands neighborhood, line to the south, which contains residential and commercial land uses. West Side Drive and the railway are located just to the east. Next slide, please. And here's a look at the amendment parcel outlined in green on the 2019 air photo. The existing Burnco concrete plant and landscape center is in the southeast corner of this parcel, and the majority of the parcel is currently being used for agricultural purposes. To the north of the parcel is the Archmont Cemetery. Next slide, please. This photo is taken on the ground, and it's taken looking southwest across West Side Drive at the portion of the parcel that is intended to contain the lumberyard. As you can see, this portion of the site is currently undeveloped at this time, but the Burnco concrete plant is in the background here on the left-hand side. Next slide, please. So here are the relevant planning documents to this proposed rezoning. Most relevant here is the West Lethbridge Employment Center ASP, which we will be getting into in a bit greater detail later on. Next slide, please. Here's a concept map from the ASP, which displays the planned general layout and land uses for the area. The red arrow points to the approximate location of the amendment area, and it is intended for business industrial uses within this plan in the future. Next slide, please. This slide shows the existing land use on the left and the proposed land use on the right, just to compare them side by side. And we'll get into some of the key components of the proposed DC district in a slide or two here. Next slide, please. So for evaluation and analysis, the application fulfills the policies of the regional plan and the MDP. Like the ASP, the MDP also plans for this area to be used for industrial development in the future. And next slide. As I stated a few slides back, the West Lethbridge Employment Center ASP contains a specific section around interim development in the area. Interim land uses were proposed by the ASP to allow the developers some development flexibility while waiting for utility servicing to be made available and outline plans to be adopted. For this to occur without impacting the future planned development in the area, the ASP establishes policies around what is acceptable for interim development. The ASP also states that interim land uses must be adopted under a DC bylaw to ensure that the intent of these policies is carried out, which brings us to where we are at today. Next slide, please. So the DC bylaw in front of you contains regulations that make the proposed lumberyard possible as an interim land use. These include incorporating minimal site improvements, requiring no additional utility servicing, limiting hard surfaces, and controlling the maximum amount of development on the parcel. The proposed DC district also restricts subdivision of the parcel until the area is ready for full urban development, which is in line with both the MDP and the ASP policies. The proposed lumberyard is also compatible with the future business industrial land uses that are planned for in the area, and this gives it the option to transition to a permanent use once an outline plan is adopted for the area and servicing becomes available. There's also the additional benefit of making the existing concrete plant and landscape center now a permitted land use under our existing land use bylaw. They have been considered a non-conforming use since annexation first occurred in 1984. Next slide, please. So for notification, mailouts are sent out to the 46 owners of the parcel shown on the green hatch areas above here. Ads also appeared on the Herald and on the city's website. And as of today, I have been contacted by 2 neighboring landowners who wanted further information, to which they were provided. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, Bylaw 6299 is compliant with all existing statutory and approved plans for the area. It will still allow the existing concrete plant and landscape center to operate as they currently are. And in summary, this proposal is what was envisioned by the West Lethbridge Employment Center ASP for interim land uses in the area. Next slide, please. And it's our recommendation that City Council approve Bylaw 6299. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? For a second time, are there any members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? For a third and final time, are there any members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? Okay, hearing no other presenters, it is now time for council to ask questions. Are there any questions from council? Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you for the presentation and the information. If council were to approve this, do we get into an issue of any sort of grandfathering? I think it's section 628 of the MGA, where something is now in place and we try to effect some sort of change, but it gets grandfathered in location. Or do the conditions that we're outlining here and in the bylaw give us that authority to effect, just to say no, it's no longer permitted, excuse me, permitted in that location? Just wonder, it's the question of whether or not the MGA is going to trump any decision that we make.
So, Councillor Kaufman, if I could, the situation we're in currently is that the Burnco operation is grandfathered. So they have a very limited ability to expand beyond what they're doing. What the bylaw does by making them a permitted use is actually give them the opportunity to now expand their business and look at doing different things. Before that, they were grandfathered under the MGA. Okay. So they weren't allowed under the existing land use district.
Thank you. My mistake. I had my interpretation backwards on that. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
Are there any further questions from council? I see none. Hearing none, I now declare the public hearing closed. This matter may be decided later this afternoon following the public hearing. Okay, we're going to return now to the City Council meeting.
Jeff Neufeld is now exiting.
Yeah. As soon as we get the all clear from, we're good? Okay. We'll move on to submission 5.4 from Councillor Miyashiro. Lethbridge Transit Fare Collection System Replacement. Be it resolved that City Council receive the report on the Lethbridge Transit Fare Collection System as information. Councillor Miyashiro.
Sorry, I was having a problem with my UV stuff there. The submission is pretty self-explanatory. They're replacing the fare collection system. If there's any questions, you can direct it to the city manager or designate.
Okay, Acting Mayor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Yes, I do have a question for the city manager designate. So we are looking here, there's $450,000 more that's coming into this program. How long could we provide free transit for $450,000?
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Croson. The cost of, or the loss in revenue for providing free transit would be about $2.6 million a year. $450,000 would amount to approximately, for quick math, 3 months, 4 months.
And then we'd still have to end up buying fare boxes after the end of that time anyways.
That's correct.
All right. Yeah, I wish we could just go for free, but doesn't look like the math is there. Thank you.
Mr. Dalton?
Thanks, Your Worship. I just need to clarify one point for council, that the recommendation is that council receive this report for information. We're actually looking for a council decision. In paragraph 2 under the summary, it indicates that the city manager has approved reallocating funds in the amount of $450 from transit life cycle funds to cover the shortfall. That's fine, but that amount exceeds the amount of discretion provided to the city manager to increase the amount allocated to a project. So it's not for information. We do need a decision from council on this. Just wanted to clarify that.
Okay. Councillor Miyashiro, are you making that resolution too?
So, City Manager, I understand what you're saying. Is there a reason why that wasn't put on this agenda then, as a decision point rather than just receive?
Yes, absolutely. We didn't pick it up until after the fact. We just realized it before council met today.
Okay, that's a good answer. I would like to put that forward. Do you have something prepared? The staff have something prepared to that end, or do we just create one on the fly?
We'd have to create one on the fly and add to the motion.
Okay, so further be resolved that, what option is that? Sorry, I've got too many things going.
That city council authorized the project funding to increase by $450,000.
Thank you.
And from that same source?
Correct.
Hey, Councillor Kaufman, question?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Do we have an amount in that source? I'm assuming it's transit life cycle funds. Do we know how much remains in that, Mr. Matthews?
Yep. Your Worship, to Councillor Kaufman, we actually have 1.1 million in the transit life cycle funds as of today.
Thank you. To the city manager designate, then what would we not be doing with that 450?
I'll look to Mr. Matthews to determine whether or not we've allocated that life cycle fund. I'm not sure we have.
Yeah, that life cycle fund has a number of different components in it. Maintenance, transit maintenance for fleet. There's some, directional signage, shop equipment, and so forth. So what it's for is it's building up funds for those replacements over the years. So in working with Mr. Sanderson, I think I got that right. My apologies, Tim, if I got that wrong. We have determined that there's enough funding in those to be adequate for future years.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spearman.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Yes, Joe.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm kind of losing with what we're trying to do here. Can someone just please tell me what it is we're doing with this resolution?
Okay, Mr. Dalton or designate.
Thank you, Your Worship. This proposal is for the replacement of our fare collection system for Lethbridge Transit. Our current system is 10 years old, has exceeded its useful economic life. The original budget for this was $1.5 million when the tenders came in. They came in, or the successful the successful proponent came in $450,000 higher. We're looking for authorization to expend that additional $450,000 over and above the already allocated life cycle funds for replacement of our fare collection system.
Thanks for that. So it's been 10 years already since we've changed our system?
Yeah, the original award was back in 2011. Actual install was probably slightly after that, but the system is definitely well over its useful economic life. Of the causes of system failures, so engine, brakes, coolant, all of those things, far and away to twice as many as the second biggest code, fare box faults are our greatest fault.
I thought we have continuously made changes to our fare collection, and what I'm hearing is that the last time we've done anything was 10 years ago.
Other than maintaining the current system, yeah, the fare collection boxes, the vaulting system, and the process date back to that time.
Okay, and my other question, if I may, so what will we see different by making this change, and how will this help transit? Like, what are we attempting to get here? Are we going to get more information out of this, more number, like more accurate data, or like what's the reason for doing this?
Through your worship to Councillor Morrow, first of all, I have to say I love getting these kinds of questions. The new fare collection system is head and tails above what we've got. For really taking a look through the lens of our passengers and our customers, it's going to allow a number of other fare pay payment. For example, we're now entering the new millennium where you can tap your credit card or debit card in order to ride the bus. You can purchase fare payment on your smartphone in order to do this. Also offers a number of different programs and flexibility for it. What we anticipate is, again, should this award go through, and once we do identify all the capabilities of the system, would be to return to council with a fare strategy or fare payment strategy that really harnesses the capabilities of this new system and allows for something that's equitable to our customers as well as the community at large.
So I won't be needing a Breeze card anymore?
We can still call it a Breeze card if you'd like.
Okay, and sorry if I may, is there anybody else in the queue, Mr. Mayor? I'll step out if there is.
There's two others, yeah.
Okay, I'll hop out and I'll come back later. Thank you.
Acting Mayor Croson.
Thank you. I was so excited about trying to get free transit that I forgot my other question, so I'll pop back in. We have here a request for another $450,000. We agreed to the, was it 1.5 million at the one time when we had it. Is there anything in our process that we should be looking at that we're coming in higher than expected? Is there something that we didn't have information on initially because we had put our hand up for that one amount? So I'm just curious, because we've seen a few times where we've had requests come back to us where we need more money for various things in different departments, and I'm just wondering from a process perspective, is this just expected, or is there something we could be doing better? And I guess since this is across the city, Mr. Dalton, the question's to you.
Yeah, I'll start with a general answer, and then I'm not sure if Mr. Sanderson's got any information about the fare box piece, but generally speaking, we do quite well when we go out to tender related to the estimates that we provide. And I know that from a procurement perspective, Ms. Trent probably has the percentage, but we generally do quite well, and we can share that data. The other point to note is we're in a bit of a different situation now, and we're all hearing about supply chain issues, and whether you're in the private sector or you're somebody trying to put flooring in a house, doesn't matter what you're doing. Everybody's bumping up against supply chain issues that are having an impact on the cost of things. But maybe I'll ask, probably not good to get into the detail today, but we should come forward with an overview of how we're performing across the procurement system and share that with council and the public, and it's actually quite reasonable.
Well, because I know psychologically, we're always going to remember the ones where we had to pay more.
Right.
And we won't remember the ones where you came in under budget. That's how the brain works.
Right.
So yes, if there is actually a qualified statement, that would be appreciated at some point by council, I'm sure.
Yeah, we'll share that. And I'm not sure, Mr. San, if there's anything specific about this one that you want to share.
Thank you, and really just to piggyback on everything that the city manager said, the two pieces that we see, one is that it's a very technology heavy for a solution, and the prices have been very volatile in the technology market, really as the advent of COVID. And then the second piece really is with especially in the U.S. with the flood of infrastructure dollars going into transit. There's just a heavy market for transit-related equipment. It's a small market anyways, so getting that number right on is difficult with both those factors.
Off the cuff, anything that needs a chip is going to go up in price? Okay.
Hey, Ms. Trent, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I will. Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Councillor Crowson, some interesting facts I'll just share based on what Mr. Dalton alluded to. So over a 3-year duration and 299 tenders, we're actually 7% under in terms of awards. So when Mr. Dalton speaks to doing quite well, we normally actually come under. But as of recent, I would just suggest to members of council that typically we use historical information to predict costs. And given COVID and the implications on supply chain and cost increases, that has made this a bit more of a difficult process for us, but we've tried to bake that into our cost estimation. So it is atypical actually that we come in over in terms of award. We typically come under as demonstrated by that 3-year historical.
Thank you. Like I said, the brain has a way of remembering the negative, never the positive, so thank you for that.
Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. A question through the city manager, Mr. Sanderson, or maybe the city manager, if this is a question you can answer. We've come with, we've went out and we've looked for a product that's going to best suit us. And so, for example, I'm sure that there's software that's going to be less costly, but less tougher to be able to use, and it's kind of not the industry standard. Is that fair to say that? That you could get into a solution for cheaper, but it's something, or for less cost, but it's something that may not benefit for future or be, updates, et cetera. Would that be fair to say?
Your worship, to Councillor Higgin, there really isn't a lot of other options out there. The other proposals that we had varied in price amongst it, and we didn't come up with a solution that was less expensive than this.
So just to say that the pricing was very similar. If we would have went the lowest, the Ford Pinto, if you will, and I've used to own one, and they're not downplaying the Ford Pinto, but going up to the to maybe the Lincoln Continental, we're all kind of sitting in the middle. Then is that right? The prices were very similar.
Through your worship, really, where the Cadillac of Fare Collection is not collecting fares.
Yeah,
that's really where it is. Over and above with that, every dollar you spend is providing options in order to collect more money. So that's how the payback comes as far as that goes. All the prices are fairly similar. Really depending where you would have more options would be just greater automation that would prevent some potential fraud.
Okay.
For our system, a system our size, some of those features just aren't worthwhile. We'll never get a payback on them.
So very similar pricing, I guess.
100%. Yeah, there's no Cadillac here.
Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Through you to the city manager or designate, probably Mr. Sanderson. I know that I've read the briefing. Our fare system is at the end of its useful economic life. But we're also in a very volatile time when a lot of other companies are competing for transit infrastructure, fare collections, etc. Is there any balance between trying to use Band-Aids and chewing gum, so to speak, to eke it along for a little bit longer until hopefully the volatility has come down? I know that sometimes when you're on the leading edge of things, and trust me, using my Visa to tap is going to make me a happy person. But I'm just wondering if we've thought of that, if we can get a couple more months out of it and hopefully costs will come down as the others rush to buy. I don't want to call it a Cadillac, but the really nice Ford Pinto.
Your Worship, to Councillor Carlson, and we did have a lot of discussion about potentially kicking the can down the road on this one. The issue is that kicking the can down the road always comes back to getting a new fare collection system. We're very pleased, I think, really with what came out of this tender. A lot of times, really, because we're a smaller market, getting somebody to actually bid on it is difficult. It's a very small market that we're in, and we think that we've got some really competitive. We had a really good competition in taking a look at this. So the potential with deferring it now would be if it's 6 months down the road or potentially a year down the road. Our vendors put an awful lot of work into putting together proposals, and their likelihood to propose again would probably be in jeopardy. And I would really worry about that.
Thank you. I appreciate that response and do appreciate that you did at least consider the option. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor Spurman.
Thank you. Councillor Morrow.
Thank you. You know, I'm a supporter of transit, but I'm kind of I guess I need more information here. So, and sorry if I'm beating a dead horse here. So what you're asking us to do is to increase the budget by $450,000. I want to make sure I've got this clear. To a budget of already $1.5 million to change our fare collection. Am I got that right?
Your Worship, to Councillor Morrow. Again, what we're asking is a total of $1.95 million in order to replace our current fare collection system that's exceeded its useful economic life.
Okay, so I got that right. Nearly $2 million to change our fare collecting system. What will the city see? What benefit? Like, are we losing money by having the fare system that we have now, or like what's the reason for doing this? I mean, you know, you guys are talking about Ford Pintos and Cadillac, and I don't know what that's all about, but I guess here's what I'm thinking. If my Ford Pinto gets me from A to B, why do I need to go out and buy a Cadillac now when the price of Cadillacs are extremely high? And as was mentioned earlier, the way the economy is, there's competition and everything's high. Price of lumber went up 30–40% is what I'm told. So I'm kind of struggling with this. What is the city, Big C City, the corporation, and what is the actual user of transit going to benefit by sinking in nearly $2 million into these fare boxes?
Through your worship to Councillor Morrow, at the end of the day, the customers of Lethbridge Transit are really just going to see new options to subsidize their transportation to the tune of 20% of the operating budget of transit. So this $2 million investment allows us to recoup 20% of the operating cost of transit. Should we choose?
Sorry to interrupt. Sorry. Can you say that one more time and maybe give me an example? Because I'm not following what you're saying right now.
Sure. Our fare collection system, our ability to collect fares, allows us to recoup 20% of the operating cost of Lethbridge Transit.
Understood.
So if we did not have a fare collection system, we would be unable to recoup that 20%.
So our existing, what you're saying then is that our existing fare collection system, where I use my Breeze card, and the majority, I'm assuming, of students and seniors have some sort of they have a Breeze card, because I've seen them use it more than anything. You're telling me that we are right now, the city is losing 20% revenue?
No, that's not what I said, Councillor Morrow.
Okay, please explain.
20% of the cost of providing transit is recouped by collecting fares.
So the other 80%
transit,
is subsidized by taxes.
I'm sorry, or conversely, transit users pay a 20% tax on their transportation that people who walk or drive or cycle don't.
Wow, I'm really struggling with this. So why now? Why are you doing this now? As Councillor Carlson was alluding to earlier, like can't we wait for another year and maybe we can get the same thing for $1.5 million? Like what's the panic? What is it?
Yeah, I'll ask Mr. Sanderson to expand on this, but in terms of procurement and as you know, life cycle planning in general is you try and save the funds you need for life cycle management to replace pieces of equipment you know will reach end of life cycle. And there's always a bit of judgment to be applied in determining when a piece of equipment is at the end of life cycle, because the longer you try and use something beyond that point, there's typically costs that offset any efficiency you'd likely achieve by kicking it down the road. And so that's where we are with this. We'd had the money identified in the life cycle fund as indicated. The bids have come in over and above that. In terms of the future cost, it's very difficult to project at the moment, and some are questioning whether we're going to see a return of some materials, even lumber, as you mentioned, to sort of pre-pandemic levels anytime soon. So it's hard to make that judgment call and say, well, if we waited 6 months, we'd get a better deal. You have to factor into that the lost revenue today because a fare box is not working, and also, as Mr. Sanderson mentioned at the outset, the impact of down fare boxes and them being one of the major contributors to our buses being off the road. But perhaps, Mr. Sanderson, you can explain the impact of continuing to operate fare boxes that are beyond their life cycle, and how that's impacted the decision to recommendation to go ahead at this time.
Sure, thank you. And again, by beyond their useful life cycle, that really is the indicator of that is the amount of failures we have and the failure rate of it. And again, far and away, the greatest source of failure that we have on our equipment is our fare collection system. As we're required to collect fares, should a fare box break down or whatever, that of course takes a bus out of service while that is fixed, requiring a whole cascade of different events that have to happen as a result of that. Currently, the fare collection system that we have accounts for probably 15 to 18% of what we're collected, and we anticipate that this structure will reduce that overall cost simply because we won't be spending nearly as much time working on it.
Thank you. My final question for now, Mr. Mayor, is because it was mentioned possibly considering free transit. If that's an option, whether it's 6 months down the road, a year down the road, or 5 years down the road, I'm going to assume that these new fare boxes will have at least a life of 10 years, like the other ones did. So if within any time from now, a year or 2 or 3 down the road, we make transit free, these fare boxes will be actually useless. Am I thinking correct with that?
Through your worship, to Councillor Morrow, certain pieces of it will be, and certain pieces won't be. Included, there's 3 components to this fare collection system. One is the electronic validation. The second is mechanical cash fare box, and then the third piece is passenger counting technology, just really in order to provide that double check and important data on where our ridership is. The passenger counting component would still be operational.
Thanks for all your answers.
Portion, not so much.
Thanks for all your answers.
Thank you.
Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. The upkeeping cost, he says, about 15% from what I'd heard. So again, what the cost was, still scrolling through, there's through the whole thing again here. The upkeep cost for our current collection systems runs at about, do we have a monthly cost? Is that again what that amount was? Or do you have a year, what it is over a year?
I'm sorry, through your worship to Councillor again, I can take a look at it. I don't know the exact numbers off the top of my head, but it amounts to about approximately 15% of our fare collection system. We collect about approximately $3.2 million a year, so 15% of that is 400,000-ish a year. What it costs to maintain
And who maintains these then?
There's a bunch of different numbers that go into there. That's not just the maintenance of the fare boxes, which is internal. A lot of it's parts as well, purchasing parts for them. They're electronic pieces. But then the other big piece of that is just the cost of handling cash. So moving cash from one point to the other and counting cash and all those other pieces.
So it's more labor now, so you could probably see a reduction in labor with the introduction of these?
That's what we're projecting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. My question is, why is it important to maintain passenger counts? Do some of our grants, are they based on passenger volumes?
Thank you, Your Worship. Absolutely, that is part of it, but I think which is a very important part of it, I know that CUDA, the Canadian Urban Transit Association, does request this data on an annual basis, and grant funding is allocated based upon ridership or at least some form of ridership. The second important piece is it allows us to see where our services are being utilized and where we can plan for the future or reduce service and reallocate in the future. So it's very important. What this system does over what we have now, what we know now is we get a general idea of where people got on the bus, but we don't know where they got off, which may seem, well, hey, they're going to get back on in the same place, but not always, especially not with the route structure. This gives us actual geolocation of knowing where they get on, where they get off, and will be of immense help in planning the system into the future.
Very good. So it gives us information for database decision-making going forward. Okay, as well.
And I'm sorry, performance metrics as well, to actually see, what are our passengers per hour, how productive, how efficient are our services.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Sperman. I appreciate the question. I had similar question around ridership numbers and the need for it, so I appreciate that. Since we're just talking about possible grants, during our last capital budget, we did leave some dollars in our funding there. Are any of the grant dollars that we didn't expend, would they be applicable to this? I couldn't find it in the submission, so I'm curious. So that's, sorry, Your Worship, through you to the city manager or designate.
Mr. Matthews, you're able to address that?
I don't have the actual number right in front of me, Councillor Carlson, but I know that there is a grant amount left over for the remaining balance of the CIP. My apologies, I just don't have that in front of me here today. I will take a look here and I will try to get back to you with that answer. But currently right now we have, with this proposal, there's adequate funding between the two, life cycles that we proposed to fund this project. And so that's at least here with the recommendation for administration, we'd use life cycle funds for doing that work instead of, some of the grant funds that council may want for future other projects that are coming down the road.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Morrow?
Thanks again, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Transit Manager, did I hear you say that this will possibly save in staff and will reduce staffing? And if I heard you correctly, can you maybe expand on that and tell me how that will affect staffing?
Through Your Worship to Councillor Morrow, we don't anticipate that it will affect our staffing levels. As part of the KPMG recommendations, we did make staffing levels in accordance with all the models based upon replacement of the fare box system in the garage, and think that we're at the right level in anticipation of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any further questions? I see none. Okay, we'll move to the resolution. Councillor Morrow, or sorry, Councillor Miyashiro?
Can we get the, can we get up the screen? Thank you very much, Mayor Spearman. If there's any debate by my colleagues, let's have that first.
Okay. Any debate? I see none.
Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's important that we look at this, and the transit managers told us that there are issues with our fare collection system now, and that it needs to be replaced. This is irrespective of any opinion any of us might have about the efficacy of those systems, or whether or not we should just have a free system, or any of those things that were touched on briefly. It's just imperative that we get this new system in place. And then we want to start talking about other things about transit that Mr. Sanderson and his team can look at. That's discussion for another day. Call the question.
Just before we vote, I think our city manager wanted to add in.
I just wanted to make sure, Mr. Matthews, that the motion that's up there reflects what we need to have it say, given the fact that that we need to have we need to have language in there about the bid price.
The additional.
Yeah. So could you help with that language?
Sure. Let me just take if it could be put up back on the screen again. I believe it is fine from the point of view as further be resolved. The City Council reallocating funds in the amount of $450,000 for the transit life skill fund to cover the shortfall. Yeah, that should cover it. Because the other portion was already allocated specifically for it.
Okay. So resolution as it stands is valid. Councillor Miyashiro has provided his closing comments. All in favor?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, it's Joe. Sorry, just point of clarification. So I just want to make sure. So we have already approved 1.5 million, is that correct?
Correct.
That's already been approved.
Yes.
Yeah. So all this resolution is adding another 450,000 to that 1.5. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
Okay, all in favor? Any opposed?
Yes, Joe.
Okay, so 7-2. Do we need to do a roll call? I think Councillors Hagan and Morrow opposed. All others in favor? Thank you. Okay, next submission is from the Advocacy Advisory Committee, moved by Councillor Kaufman. Be it resolved that City Council receive the report from the Advocacy Advisory Committee, and further that City Council adopt the recommendations contained in the Advocacy Advisory Committee report. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mr. Spearman. Councillor Crowson had asked to have this pulled out of the consent agenda just because it does perhaps require a bit of a conversation or explanation. Members of Council recall the Economic Standing Policy Committee had tasked Councillor Campbell, Councillor Carlson, and me with the responsibility of trying to establish an advisory process or an advisory strategic plan, if you will, for the next council. Helping council understand some of its advocacy role, sorry, not an advisory strategy, an advocacy strategy for the next council. Helping council understand its role and looking at different options and opportunities for members of council individually and collectively to play a part in advocacy. The recommendations that the committee came up with and are putting forward to council are that we council accept and amend the advocacy framework in terms of reference to form a permanent standing committee and further recommend that City Council adopt the advocacy framework and establish the Advocacy Advising Standing Committee effective November 1st. So this would be a committee for the new council. That information is included in the package. And the second recommendation that the Advocacy Committee recommend to City Council that up to $10,000 in one-time funding be allocated to producing a marketing video for the City of Lethbridge, funding to come from the Governance Standing Policy Committee operating budget. And that was carried unanimously. It says 4-0, but there are only 3 of us, unless Mr. Sarsfield voted on that. He sometimes wants to, but we tell him he can't. The idea of the marketing video is to actually produce something that would be in line with what we've currently seeing in economic development in Lethbridge excuse me, for future council, collectively or individually with members of council attend events, to take it as a marketing tool, as something to show groups as to why people should be moving here, why people should be investing here, why people should be coming and studying at our post-secondary institutions here, why people should just generally consider Lethbridge for greater opportunity. So these are the recommendations or the requests in front of council, and certainly open it up to questions.
Acting Mayor Croson.
Thank you. Thank you for everybody for pulling this out, because there are a few questions. One, you're looking at this being the mayor, deputy mayor, and acting mayor, so the agenda review committee. So 2 of those positions would rotate every 6 months. And then you have the chair being appointed at the first meeting, but wouldn't they necessarily then have to do that every 6 months? So is that how it's built in, is that there's a new chair every 6 months, or would it not just make more sense, since the one person who doesn't change is the mayor, to just make the mayor the chair?
We had this, thank you for the question, we had this exact same conversation at committee. I have no idea why we landed on this, but rotating it through deputy mayor and acting mayor was seen as a way of all members of council actually participating in advocacy. And if we, if the next council actually decides that Deputy Mayor Smith, who topped the polls, is chair for 6 months, then he or she is chair, and when you rotate out of that position, they would just have that same conversation about somebody to chair it. There is a wisdom to making the mayor chair, certainly, but it's about reallocating responsibility, or allocating responsibility where responsibility can lie. It's another way of sharing the responsibility, sharing the workload, sharing the role of being an advocate for the community. It shouldn't always just fall on the shoulders of the mayor. It should actually be something that all members of council embrace. And I would certainly open it to Councillor Campbell or Councillor Carlson to refresh my memory on that conversation.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Kaufman. You, I think, hit the highlights of our discussion. We did at one point consider just making the deputy mayor or acting mayor the automatic chair, but we thought we wanted to allow some flexibility in case one or the other had a passion. And so basically the mayor, deputy mayor, and acting mayor get to decide every 6 months which of the 3 wants to be chair, rather than forced to be chair into a position they may have 0 interest in.
That was just a minor question, but I was curious. But on that one, I'd like to focus on H, define the advocacy cycle of municipal, provincial, federal, community, and industry priorities, etc. I assume under the advocacy cycle, you are looking at things like elections, how FCM and AUMA develop municipal issues leading up into provincial and federal elections, and try to get those as part of the discussions during election period. Is that included under there, or should that be more specific? Because I know it's something that other municipalities do well, and Lethbridge has not done to the same extent, making sure that during election periods our issues are out there in a nonpartisan way, just going, this is what we're dealing with, this is a jurisdiction that has, the authority in this, what is your position as a candidate, or et cetera. Is that what you mean under there, or should we have that better defined?
That would certainly be incorporated under H. It would all be part of that. If you're wanting something specifically designated for that, you can certainly create something that we could add as a L in there, but that would be encompassed, because that would be part of the federal electoral cycle or the provincial electoral cycle, even the municipal electoral cycle.
I'd have to think about it, but I'd prefer something a little more specific, because it seems to get missed every time that an election comes around. So I'll have to think about what to suggest in there. And the other thing with the $10,000 for the marketing video, is this something that, again, if we approve the money, this is being done at the administrative level, so this is not a council project, the video. It is, like, I mean, it's kind of, to me, it's separate. There's the Advocacy Advisory Committee that you're looking to create, and then there's the $10,000. Just as an understanding is that if we approve it, administration runs with the video, creates it, et cetera, or is it a video that would have to come back to council to get, you know, like, we're going to be the directors of the video?
No, that would be tasked by the Chief of Staff of the City Manager's Office, I believe, is going to
So
be.
this would just be funding, no control over?
Funding in support of that, that's right. It would be fact-based, yet tugging on your heartstrings.
Soon, if you give it control, you have no idea if it's going to be fact-based. I'm kidding. All right. And are we looking at this to be a committee that is recorded, or is this a committee? Because I know we only have limited ability to do that with the SBCs, so this is under one of the SBCs, but not equivalent to?
That's correct. If you look at 8, reporting, review, and evaluation, the committee will report to the Governance Standing Policy Committee.
So this, okay. Those are the main questions I had at this time. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions, and really they have to do with the role of the mayor. So the mayor attends a lot of meetings that councillors don't. And I think about some that aren't noted or mentioned here. The mid-sized city mayors, so it's 22 mayors. That's one. The mayors and reeves of Southwest Alberta, that's 40 different individuals meeting about issues. So a lot of political issues come up, and there's a lot of political engagement in both of those sectors as an example. So quite often we've got a provincial cabinet minister attending the mid-sized city mayors, most often the Minister of Municipal Affairs, but there have been others, and on specific issues like health. And then there's ones that are just sort of, they come up for municipalities of common cause. So an example of that would be EMS dispatch. So it's the 4 mayors who are directly affected by the most recent EMS dispatch decision that are working together on advocacy and working with our administrations and our fire chiefs. So there's a few different things that aren't mentioned here that I wonder if those need to be addressed, how those type of things occur. So.
Thank you. Clause F, facilitate council administration meetings with regional municipal partners, MLAs, MPs, and other municipal advocacy organizations, including, and maybe that should state including but not limited to, AUMA, RMA, FCM, Mid-Sized Cities Consortium. So the intent is to facilitate council administration meetings with with anybody that's doing partnering, anybody that's advocating, whether it's on an ongoing basis, as mid-size city mayors is, or mayors and reeves is, or if it's an ad hoc issue like EMS or something like that. So we've tried to be as general, to be encompassing, and not to be specific. But again, if it's something that you'd like to see added in here, perhaps F could be amended to including but not limited to recognize mid-sized city mayors as well as mayors and reeves.
I think it would be helpful to mention those specifically because you're automatically part of that when you're a mayor. Another one that maybe doesn't quite qualify but almost does is the Highway 3 Committee. Like you could appoint somebody instead of the mayor to that, but it's a joint advocacy effort by more than one municipality. So yeah.
Well, and I think that's the intent as well. By rotating the deputy mayor and the acting mayor through the committee, it's not necessarily about the mayor always needing to attend. There could be appointment to or representation on behalf of. I know that I've represented you at mid-sized city mayors before. So that capacity exists, but if you'd like things specified, again, that's certainly something that could be done.
When the mayor can't attend, then usually somebody else is appointed to attend, so we're represented, yep. I see no other questions in the queue.
I can just check in then with you, Mr. Mayor, as well as Acting Mayor Croson, are we wanting to make some amendments to this?
I do have a suggested amendment to H. I just emailed it to you if you want to have a quick look at it, to the members who put this together. It's basically just adding sort of in parentheses at the end of H, considering as part of the advocacy cycle, the election cycle, the other orders of government. Just so it's not lost, because that is a time to raise issues in the community that we are concerned of at a municipal level.
We wish to take the time of council to do this now, adding in what Acting Mayor Croson has just sent out to the committee, as well as your changes, Mayor Spearman, or do we want to table this to the end of the meeting and I'll draft the wording, or do we want to postpone for 2 weeks and bring back an amended version?
Can I just ask a question really quick? Oh, sorry, Jeff was ahead of me there. But what Mayor Spearman was asking is in the terms of references already. Like all the things that he named are already in the terms of reference. So I'm not sure what you need to add in again. And the thing that what Councillor Croson's saying is something you can do. Does it have to be explicit in there? Because it's pretty, like with all the documents you've included in this, it's all quite it's quite thorough. Like, I don't know. Just does it need to change? That's what I guess what I'm asking.
My answer would be yes.
Mayor Spearman, just if I can.
Yep. Go ahead.
Do we have some amendments? I didn't see them.
I think Mr. Sarsfield sent one.
So it's on the screen.
If that was implicit to me, everything that's being added, but if it helps give comfort to council that it won't be forgotten, I would second those amendments in the interest of time.
Sounds good.
And I would accept those as a friendly amendment.
Okay. Accept it as friendly, so we don't even need to vote on it. And then we can deal with the whole resolution.
So perhaps we'll just change the, for the council adopt the recommendations contained as amended.
Is it amended if it's friendly amendment? Either or? Okay. Okay, good. Okay, good.
Thank you.
I have no openings, so if there's any further questions or debate.
Any further questions or debate?
So I'll just debate this really quickly. I do agree that we do need this framework in place, that we do need terms of reference in place. The fact that because one or two things might not be exactly like people think it should be after the work that the committee's put in, just because every single thing that we think should be in there, which really doesn't have a bearing on whether this committee does their work, I think we need to rethink that kind of attitude as well, but I will support this.
Okay. Acting Mayor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I will absolutely support this, and I will echo my thanks to the committee for bringing this forward. Advocacy is something we have been discussing as a council for a long time, how to do it better, how to make sure it is something that is in our schedules and something that we do and do it consistently and do it well. And this does make sure that there is a committee dedicated to doing it, and it makes sure that it is something that is a priority to the next council. So I will be supporting this.
Thank you. I too will support it. Thanks to the committee for their work. Any further comments from councillors?
Carlson here, Your Worship. I do appreciate the work my colleagues have done with me on this, but I think it would be remiss if we didn't also thank the administrative supports we had that put a lot of effort into providing the information that the committee needed. So I'd like to add my thanks to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kaufman to close.
Thank you. I was going
Mr. Mayor,
sorry.
sorry,
Go ahead.
My hand's up.
I can't see your name in the queue, sorry.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Why, am I no longer on the list there or what?
It's hard to see.
Okay. Well, I think you all know how I stand on this advocacy stuff. We've spent money before to hire, consultants to be our advocate for us up in Edmonton and all that sort of stuff. And I just, maybe I'm old school and I'm thinking back to the days when, Dave Carpenter as our mayor, whenever the city needed something, we would go up to Edmonton and that was it. And we usually were successful. I think we're trying way too much with this advocacy thing. And in my opinion, there shouldn't be a committee. In my opinion, all of council advocate. And more importantly, rather than us continuously going to Edmonton or knocking on their doors or wherever we go to advocate, we have two MLAs who I believe are key to the success of advocating for the city and getting the city what we need. So I'm not going to support this because I just think we're just creating way more work than we really need to. And all we need to do is whenever we need to advocate, we pick up the phone, request a meeting with our two MLAs, and they are our two best advocates for us. So I won't support the resolution.
Anybody else? Councillor Parker?
Well, I think Councillor Morrow makes a good point, but I think you can do both. You have that committee, but you also have the ability as elected officials and through different channels. So I think you can do both of those. So I think Councillor Morrow makes a very good point, but I think there's lots of synergy in doing both these. So I will support this.
Councillor Higgin?
Thank you. Hop in here as you go. That's some great points that were made. And I look at this and I think it's important advocacy work, of course, but we do have, again, our two MLAs here and MP for that matter on a federal level. And just seeing it here now, I think it's something important that our next council, the next council of the day that's sitting around here has that decision rather than telling them this is what you're going to do. I think it's important for them to have their say in it. I love it. I think it's a fantastic idea, advocacy work. I think we're doing it right now. And can we always do better? Absolutely. But I really think this is something that can be left for the next council. They can decide if that's something a priority. I believe it is. They may not. So with that, I won't support it this time.
Anybody else? Okay, I'll ask Councillor Kaufman to close.
Thank you. I didn't think I'd have to scroll responses quickly, so thank you. And thank you for the debate on this. This is the purpose of bringing things here. Yes, first of all, thanks to Councillor Campbell and Councillor Carlson for their commitment. To Councillor Miyashiro as well, who had to step off due to other obligations, certainly for starting this, and to Ms. Kleisinger, Ms. Grindle, Ms. Hilford, and in her absence, Mr. Sarsfield, especially the latter for keeping us focused when a group of ADHDs get together to have a conversation. So thank you for that and for their input and support. I understand what's being said, and each and every one of us, when you're elected to office, has the responsibility to advocate at any opportunity you get with other elected officials, with local businesses, with any potential businesses, with people who are talking about moving from Ontario to Western Canada and looking for a great place to settle. The terms of reference, the advocacy framework is intended to set up the next council for success. This is about providing the oversight or providing the viewpoint of the nine of us. These are the struggles, the challenges, the opportunities that we have. Here's how you can actually hit the ground running following the election. It's about supporting the next council, providing an opportunity. They can choose, absolutely, to accept or ignore the opportunity that's been put in front of them. That is definitely up to them, and I have no issue with them making that decision. But this is about creating the opportunity right out of the starting gate. The other thing it does as well, I will occasionally run into MLAs from Lethbridge East or West, or see a member of Parliament. It focuses us. This is about having a very focused strategy. We're looking at advocating for 3, 4, 5 issues. And the message is constantly reaffirmed, especially if you're deputy mayor and acting mayor, you're sitting there reaffirming the message. It helps us that when an emergent issue comes up, none of us campaigned, I think, on EMS in the last municipal election. So an issue comes up. This is about having the opportunity to create a strategy to focus on an outcome, focus on a strategy to deal with our provincial and federal representatives, as well as the local community. So we have that role individually. This is about creating the role collectively as well, and I would ask for council support and call the question.
Okay, question's been called. Let's just do a roll call vote.
Councillor Morrow?
Opposed.
Councillor Mayashiro?
In favor.
Councillor Parker?
In favor.
Acting Mayor Croson?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Campbell?
In favor.
Mayor Spearman?
In favor.
Councillor Carlson?
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman?
In favor.
Councillor Higgin?
Opposed.
The motion's carried 7-2.
Thank you. We'll now move on to official business resolution 6.1. I have a resolution from Acting Mayor Croson, Sisters in Spirit. Whereas Lethbridge City Council is working to build relationships with the Indigenous community, and whereas for 13 years a collaboration of Lethbridge organizations and individuals have organized and planned the Sisters in Spirit Vigil, and whereas the Sisters in Spirit Vigil honors the lives of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, supports grieving families and provides opportunities for healing, and is a movement for social change, encouraging education and understanding related to missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and two-spirited persons. And whereas on the 12th of January 2021, Lethbridge City Council approved the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls recommendations and work plan. And one of the specific recommendations was that City Council and the Reconciliation Lethbridge Advisory Committee continue to support missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls through the annual Sisters in Spirit Vigil. Support may include building on the 2019 declaration in Spirit Day and to make this permanent declaration. And whereas an official permanent proclamation from City Council on this matter would help to continue to build relationships and show support for Indigenous women and girls in Lethbridge and area. Therefore, be it resolved that City Council directs the Mayor's Office to issue and declare a proclamation proclaiming every October 4th as Sisters in Spirit Day. Acting Mayor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. I have brought this forward each year, but this would be looking at making it permanent on the 12th of January, so less than a year ago. We did approve the recommendations, and part of that was a recommendation that City Council continue to support this and build in a permanent declaration. So on behalf of the Sisters in Spirit Committee, I am bringing this forward, and this is the proclamation request for Sisters in Spirit Day.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Morrow.
Do we have a policy on declaring proclamations, or we just deal with these on a one-off?
We did have a policy. We have been dealing with it on a one-off. This would make a resolution to declare this an ongoing proclamation.
So we currently do not have a policy.
We did have a policy that was passed back in about 1998. Go ahead.
No, you say we did. Do we today or don't we?
So you actually do not have a policy. What happened was with with Mayor Carpenter, there was a resolution passed that no more proclamations be issued. So all it takes is a resolution by council to either follow that guideline or to change that guideline. In this particular case is a resolution to have a proclamation every year on this specific issue.
So since that resolution, we do not have a policy, and anytime we have approved a proclamation, we have basically done it on a one-off for 1 year. Is that correct?
So any proclamation that has been approved has been done by City Council, and there's been a specific resolution on this. This one would just say that we're doing this one every year for this specific issue.
I understand that, but in the past, any proclamation that we've declared the council has approved has been for 1 year. Is that correct?
We've done it on an individual basis, correct?
Thank you.
Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you. Yes, you are. You're acting Mayor Crozan bringing this forward. I remember a previous proclamation they brought forward here. That was for the Logan Bouquet thing, and we decided to kind of do this as a yearly. Someone had brought it forward to do it yearly so that we could talk about it each year, which I thought was extremely important, rather than have one that day is set. And so I'm just wondering if there's if you thought about that, as it was some of the comments that came forward in the last one, and that I think yourself spoke to it, that it's important to speak to it each year, that you wouldn't change this to an October 4th, 2021 and follow through on a yearly basis. Is there, just curious to know as why that has changed.
I'm bringing this forward on behalf of the community. It is the Sisters in Spirit and Reconciliation Lethbridge that asked that this be a permanent. And partly it is so that it's just something that is recognized every year. So this is being brought forward on their behalf to make it a permanent one.
Okay, because I do believe that it's, to be recognized each year. I just thought it would bring it forward even that much better if it was each year as a resolution. So thank you for that.
I appreciate that, but they think it would be better done if it was permanent.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, we'll move on to debate. Councillor Crozan.
I will say for close. Thank you.
Is there any debate? I see none.
So in many ways, this is housekeeping because, as I said, on 12th of January, as part of the recommendations that was approved by Council, one of the recommendations made by the Reconciliation Lethbridge Advisory Committee was that we do ongoing support for missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls through an annual Sisters in Spirit and make this a permanent declaration. And that is what is being requested today.
Thank you. Question has been called. All in favor? Are any opposed?
Yes, Joe.
Okay, that motion carries 8-1. Okay, we'll now move to 6.2. I'll ask the Deputy Mayor to read the resolution. Do you need a copy? Okay.
I have a resolution from Mayor Spearman. Whereas the City of Lethbridge has historically been the sole developer of heavy industrial land, and whereas the city wishes to maximize the supply of fully serviced and industrial land in the city, and whereas the City of Lethbridge wishes to encourage the active development of industrial land to enhance the economy and provide ongoing employment opportunities, and whereas the City of Lethbridge wishes to discourage land speculation, therefore, be it resolved that City Council direct the City Manager to ensure, 1, all City of Lethbridge industrial land sales include a requirement for a development plan that demonstrates intent to commence development. 2, the development plan be completed within 3 years or that substantial development be completed. 3, the City of Lethbridge include a clause in every industrial land sales agreement that states that the City of Lethbridge will retain the right of first refusal in the event that the land remains undeveloped and is made available for sale. And 4, the City of Lethbridge will have the right to reacquire the developed, or rather the undeveloped industrial land at the original selling price or market value, whichever is less. And 5, the right of repurchase be retained by the city for up to 99 years in the event that the land remains undeveloped or a substantial development does not take place. Mayor Spearman.
Okay, thank you. My intent is to try to achieve two things. One, discourage speculation on industrial land, since the city of Lethbridge is the sole developer and the sole investor in industrial land. And secondly, to promote the active development of industrial land when that land is sold. We want the original purchaser, of course, to proceed, and we want them to develop the land and build something, provide employment. And certainly industrial land is special in that we want it to be used for manufacturing and processing for the most part, because it has those services there. What this does is, if the land isn't developed, it allows and the land becomes available for sale, the city gets it back. We have the right of first refusal, so it's not that the original investor loses their money. We reimburse them for exactly what they were paid. And the land would then be sold potentially to another developer. So the idea is to maintain a healthy supply of industrial land and also make sure that we're never doing all the investment and then somebody else benefits by the improvement in subsequent land values. The city of Lethbridge basically controls the selling price of industrial land. So we're the ones, because there's limited access and limited demand for industrial land, every once in a while there's a review and we decide to increase the price. And what this resolution really says is that nobody else should profit from the fact that we may be choosing to increase the price of industrial land when they've done nothing to actually develop. So that's the purpose of the resolution.
Questions? I have a quick question. Maybe this is for our solicitor. Is there anything, is there any legal ramifications of this at all in this sort of world?
No, legally, as the owner of the land, we can choose in what conditions and how we're going to sell it. There may be market implications, but I don't have the data to speak to that.
Any other questions?
Councillor Carlson is in the queue.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Spearman, for bringing this forward. I think I understand the intent completely. And I see you focused on industrial land because those are probably the bigger ticket items. But I think there are sometimes similar concerns with residential, perhaps commercial lands. Did you give any thought to including those?
I didn't, because we're not the exclusive developer of those lands like we are with industrial land. And it's not so key to our future economic development. So where there are private owners of private land in residential and other commercial properties, I didn't think that was so much as at risk, but given the investment that's required and the special nature of the infrastructure that's required to service industrial land, I thought it was important to have this type of a resolution.
Excellent. Thank you for that. And through you, Deputy Mayor, perhaps the city manager, I see this is just a direction to the city manager. Would this be better served in a policy, or will this direction sort of instruct you to create a policy?
Could you repeat the question, Councillor Carlson? I'm not sure I understand it.
Sorry, City Manager. It looks like this is just that we are directing you to ensure this happens. I'm wondering if this would be better served through an actual policy, administrative policy. Is this enough, or will this instruct you to create a policy so that it's enshrined somewhere?
I think it would, if council chooses to go down this road, it would be best to have it in a policy, have it laid down in a policy. But we haven't done any work on that or any thinking on that.
Okay, thank you. Then to follow up on that, Mayor Spearman, would something, maybe an amendment, further that the city manager bring back a policy to whenever we won't be here, but I'm just wondering, because I'd like to see it in policy. Resolutions sort of, unless you're constantly searching them, they do sort of fall off the radar, so to speak, but a policy is around until it's rescinded. So I'm wondering if there's some way we could maybe ensure that this does come back as a policy for council to approve, or at least know is in place. Was there any thought given to that, Your Worship?
I clearly didn't think of it because I didn't include it in the resolution, but I'm open to the idea. So, furthermore, that city manager come back with a policy to city council. That I'd be open to that if you're prepared to make that amendment. I might accept it as friendly. So yeah.
Thank you. I would, and I realize that council doesn't approve the administrative policies, but we are aware of them. So I would make that amendment that further the city manager create policy implementing the changes as described. I hope that made sense.
Go ahead.
Sorry, just to your point, it's Councillor Kaufman, just to your point, Councillor Carlson. City Council has two policies right now on Lethbridge land, on buying and selling of land, solicited and unsolicited. So this could certainly be a policy of City Council.
I'd appreciate it living somewhere, whether it's administrative or a council policy. Just, it's easier to keep track of policies than resolutions.
Is it your wish to make it an administrative policy or a council policy?
I hadn't considered that, Your Worship. I guess I'll ask the city manager, if we gave you instruction, how quickly could you incorporate this into existing policy, either council or administrative?
Our city clerk says, since we have an existing city council policy on industrial land, this would simply be an amendment.
So my amendment then, or suggested amendment, would be further that the city council policy CC something be amended accordingly.
CC 45 be amended accordingly. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
I'll accept that as a friendly amendment. So it'd be an amendment to the city council policy.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Are there any other questions?
There are. Acting Mayor Croson.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this forward. I have a few questions about sort of unintended consequences. So if we look at this, do you know of any other municipality who does this and how it works for them? Mayor Spearman or city manager?
I don't.
No, Councillor Croson, we've only had a chance to look at this very briefly, so I think we'd be able to look at those types of questions when we did the work to come back to council with a proposed policy amendment.
The other question I would have, again, trying to think of things that could happen as a result of this, do you have any opinion on whether or not this would affect our competitiveness with anyone else? Like, would this be seen as a deterrent in any way to somebody purchasing industrial land or not?
Depends on who's looking to do it. Those large corporations usually have huge financial resources. So most of those who are already major tenants or they're not tenants, they're owners of land in our industrial parks. So they're international corporations with vast assets. So I don't think that affects, if you had a small startup company, that could be a challenge, but I guess what I would say is this is not something that would, the intent is not to deprive someone. We're not going to seize the land. We would compensate somebody for exactly what they paid for it. We're just limiting the opportunity for someone to basically benefit from the city continuing to invest in industrial land and the value of that land going up, and the city not getting the benefit of the increase in value.
So the intention is to only deter those who might be speculating on the land price. So, okay. And enforcement. If they don't create a development plan in 3 years, what do we do?
Have a discussion with them. The idea is to try and encourage people to invest, develop, and create employment, and to find out what are the delays and there's always an opportunity, as we've seen with other types of land sales, that there could be extensions provided if credible reasons are provided, but if someone just seems to be...
Development be completed within whatever the timeline is, or substantial development be completed. Because you already have the plan in number 1. Are we, then in number 2, we're talking about development plan again. So someone after 3 years just has to have a development plan completed. I'm just wondering if it's the same as number 1. If we can go back, sorry.
Can we scroll it down so I can see it? I gave away my copy of the resolution. Yeah. Okay.
So it's just the question on number 2, if it's just the development be completed, not the plan.
Number 1 is something that we already do, I believe. Number 2,
like I just, the plan, I think the development be completed.
I agree, yeah.
And the other thing, if I could, is a friendly, the 3 years is the only thing that's concerning for me, and the reason being that I have heard that there's many different businesses that need to have the land purchased prior to starting their plan, and sometimes these the different grants and stuff that come forward could be 24 to 36 months, and so what I thought about here was, even if it was 5 years, I mean, they're going to want to get on this sooner than later, because of course the buyback at a later time, they're going to lose money on that because it's valued over time. So are you locked in with 3 years, or is it something that could possibly be a little longer, like 5 years, and then with the plan being out? I'm just curious.
It could be 5 years, but I think 3 years is a reasonable expectation of intent.
So a big group, thank you for that, a big, industrial area, I just don't want to say a particular name or anything, should be completed within 3 years, or at least substantial. Is this very ambiguous word, like substantial? What is substantial, I guess? What could mean to you, to somebody else? I'm just curious to know, because I like this, but I'm just wondering how this is kind of left open.
Construction and ongoing progress.
So like pilings in, as long as movement is going, is good enough, would it be?
Generally, I think reasonable progress is, that's the expectation. I think almost all of our industrial sales,
right,
with the few exceptions, and those few exceptions have resulted in the land being resold, sometimes back to the city of Lethbridge, at several times the original selling price. That's what I'm trying to prevent. So if the land is sold, we expect it. I think in one instance, I think the time lapse was close to 25 years. So that was when we sold and a large portion of industrial land remained undeveloped for a substantial period of time, and that's what we want to try to avoid. That's the sole purpose. So we could say, well, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, but I think if it's a company that has an intent to build and buy in the city of Lethbridge and develop, most often that will be done within 3 years.
I just didn't want the deterrent, and that's why, and thank you for that, because I thought, well, if it's development be completed, if you'd be open to a 5 years, it seems like that maybe something you could get if there's some of these struggles here, but I know what you mean, 25 years. I heard a story already of selling back the city for 9-10 times as much, so I do appreciate this for that reason. So if you're open to a friendly
I'm open to modifying the time. I think three years is reasonable. Say 5 years, that's fine.
Development be completed. You're okay with the plan?
I would take out the word plan.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you. If you're open to that, thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions?
Nothing left in the queue?
Okay, so that's a friendly amendment there?
That was a friendly amendment. Delete the word plan, and we can change from 3 to 5.
Okay. So we'll leave it at that, and then we'll open it up to debate. Are there any people want to debate? Hearing none, I'll move it back to you, Mayor Spearman.
Again, just to, We want to make sure that industrial land that's available for sale is sold to those that wish to develop it and provide employment. And we want to make sure that there is proactive development, and we want to discourage speculation. So land speculation and profiting where the land is solely invested in by the city of Lethbridge. So, yeah.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? I see none. That passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're now moving to bylaws. I have a resolution from Councillor Carlson, Bylaw 6290, Land Use Bylaw Amendment Re 310 12th Street South. For second reading, be it resolved that Bylaw 6290, Land Use Bylaw Amendment Re 310 12th Street South be given second reading. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Just to remind everyone, this is about the conversion or the ability of conversion of an existing commercial unit on the main floor to a residential use. And it's to a direct control bylaw.
Thank you. Any questions? We just had a public hearing. I see none. Debate?
Thanks, Mayor Spearman. I'd appreciate my colleagues' support on this. I believe it allows the flexibility for the business owner or the property owner to develop either residential or commercial as market requires. So I'd ask for my colleagues' support.
Okay, question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? That is unanimous. And for third reading, be it resolved that Bylaw 6290, Land Use Bylaw Amendment Re 310 12th Street South be given third reading, and the Mayor and the City Clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Carlson?
Question?
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? There are none. Thank you. And again from Councillor Carlson, Bylaw 6299, Land Use Amendment Re 2500 West Side Drive West, West Lethbridge Employment Centre. Be it resolved that Bylaw 6299, Land Use Bylaw Amendment Re 2500 West Side Drive West, West Lethbridge Employment Centre be given second reading. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I believe this is an appropriate interim use for the West Lethbridge Employment Center. I had to remember that word. It allows for this interim use. It also allows some certainty and some benefits to the existing users of that land. So I'd ask for my colleagues' support, unless there's questions.
Okay, are there any questions from council? I see none. Any debate from council? I see none, so I'll take that as your opening and your close. All in favor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you. And for third reading, be it resolved that Bylaw 6299, Land Use Bylaw Amendment Re 2500, West Side Drive West, West Lethbridge Employment Centre be given third reading, and the Mayor and the City Clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Carlson.
Call for the vote.
All in favor? Any opposed? There are none. Thank you. Okay, the next one is Bylaw 6322, Amendment to Bylaw 5801 due to organizational restructure. And we'll be looking for a sponsor. Okay, Acting Mayor Crowson. Be it resolved that Bylaw 6322, Amendment to Bylaw 5801, due to organizational restructure, be given second reading.
Thank you. I just had to find my right page. So this bylaw right now references staff positions that no longer exist. So unless we make the changes, we actually have a bylaw that is actually out of date completely, and this is regarding subdivision and development applications. And so that is what is being changed in these amendments to Schedule A and B of Bylaw 5801.
Questions from council? I see none. Any debate? I see none. And that's your opening and your close.
Call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? There are none. Thank you. And for third reading, be it resolved that Bylaw 6322, amendment to Bylaw 5801, due to organizational restructure, be given third reading, and the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same.
Question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? There are none. Thank you. Okay. We now will go on to inquiries, and Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and I do request permission from my colleagues to do this because this is not process, but it is timely. As members of council recall, we received an email requesting clarification on the advertising requirements for our borrowing bylaws. And I'd like Mr. Lowen, if council agrees, I'd like Mr. Lowen to provide a response publicly to that email, if the members of council are in agreement.
Okay, so we did receive a written request from a member of the public, which is now being advanced by Councillor Kaufman. Mr. Lowen, are you in a position to respond?
That's council's desire. I'm happy to.
Okay. Is there any objection? Since we did receive this in writing from the public. Okay, I will permit it. Go ahead, Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Sorry, I actually just closed it. Members of council received a letter from a member of the public. I have asked send an email to this gentleman asking if he's okay with it being made public, and I will submit an actual inquiry following this meeting. But basically, it was a challenge to publication of the borrowing bylaws and a question around the date at which the bylaws would actually then be considered to have been advertised for a period of 2 weeks, but that it also coincided with the date of our next council meeting, which I believe is September 7th. So I'm just wondering, the city solicitor did provide a response to council. I'm wondering if he could re-provide that response in public, please.
The email in question suggested that I'm going to give a little bit more detailed and precise response than the response I provided in writing, and that is that email, the author argued that because we published in the paper that we were obliged to follow all the legislative requirements of the paper, and then makes a number of arguments about the policy of whether we should be advertising in the paper or not, and I'm not going to address those. But we have an electronic advertising bylaw, and so we advertise online. And that's for the purposes of the MGA and compliance with the MGA, it is our online notices that are the official advertisement. The rest are optional. Section 231, which the author identified in a recent court case, it talks about petitions for certain kinds of bylaws, and there's two subsections that are important. One refers to any bylaw that's advertised under the finance part of the MGA, which these borrowing bylaws would be one of. The other one is a 60-day time limit for bylaws. For example, if you change the number of councillors or went to a ward system, those sorts of bylaws are also advertised, but no public hearing. It doesn't apply to zoning applications or road closures in any way. And what's interesting about that section is, contrary to the other provisions that talk about it has to be up for 2 weeks or something like that, the language in this section of the MGA says that the citizens of Lethbridge have a right to enter a petition, for example, on borrowing bylaws. And they have 15 days to collect 10% of the signatures of the citizens of Lethbridge to do so. So one might have an opinion about the practicality of obtaining that number in 15 days, but nonetheless, you have the right to do that. And the 15 days begins on the last day that the bylaw was advertised. And in the old print-centric world, it was obvious the last date something was advertised. You look at the advertisement on the paper. Our practices under the electronic advertising bylaw haven't been as precise to date in terms of like taking it down precisely on a certain date and having that apparent in the text of the advertisement. In fact, one of the advantages to electronic advertising that we thought was that it would stay up. So for that particular loophole, if you will, was correctly identified, and what we're going to be recommending to Agenda Review Committee is to delay second and third readings so our online advertising can meet the requirements of Section 231 sub 2.
Thank you, Mr. Lowen. The other section that was questioned was Section 606, sub 6, sub C, about an outline of the procedure to be followed for anyone wishing to file a petition, and whether or not that actually is being met as well.
I believe we meet the legal requirement for that. If the clerk's office wants to comment on the sufficiency or the directions that they've given in those advertising, I'd welcome their expertise there as well.
Could Mr. Sarsfield please?
Sure. So we looked at that as well, and we believe we're meeting the requirements.
Thank you. Thank you both. Thank you, Mayor Spearman and members of council.
I also have a question. The borrowing bylaws that are being brought forward are largely as a result of decisions that council has already made in the CIP and decisions on utility rate increases that have already been approved. So these bylaws, while there might be a technicality associated with them, are basically supporting decisions already made by council.
That's correct.
Thank you. Okay, any further questions? Okay, thank you. Can we move on to council updates? Are there any council updates? Okay, no council updates. Okay, council has okay. We'll begin, but we can't complete the council meeting because we have to go back into closed session. So first I have a resolution from Acting Mayor Campbell. 2, annual payments towards the principal to be applied to the purchase price by December 31st each year, calculated at the Alberta Treasury Branch Prime lending rate. Further be it resolved that the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to sign the amending agreement. Acting Mayor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe it's call the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? Are any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you. Okay, the next one is from Councillor Miyashiro. NMAX Centre parking update. Be it resolved that Council direct that the closed meeting reports, presentations, discussions, and documents with respect to NMAX Centre parking update remain confidential pursuant to Section 24, Advice from Officials, of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. And further be it resolved that Council delay the implementation of paid parking until the fall of 2022, with the forecasted revenue for NMAX Centre being funded from the Municipal Revenue Stabilization. Campbell, Omnibus Motion 10.2, 10.3, and 10.6. Be it resolved that Council direct that the closed meeting discussions with respect to Fire and EMS update and COVID update remain confidential pursuant to Sections 19, Confidential Evaluations, and 24, Advice from Officials of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
I'll call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? That also is unanimous. Okay. So we are now complete the regular meeting, but we have to go back into closed session to deal with one more topic. So we will. Okay. Councillor Parker has made a motion to go in camera. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. We will now take a brief break to secure the room. Yeah, just for council and the city manager. Yeah, thank you.